Stella, his family, and all those that campaigned for him. And we will carry on campaigning, whatever decision is made today, whatever decision Priti Patel makes, and we'll carry on campaigning with our many friends all across the United States in support of Julian, free speech, journalism, and democracy. Thank you very much.
Today! Free Julian Assange! 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 Today!
Mr. Corbyn, what do you think the persecution of Julian Assange says about the British justice system?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Do you think whistleblowers should get better protection from the UK government?
I think your point about whistleblowers is a good one, because there is legislation that protects whistleblowers. So if you're a whistleblower in, for example, the National Health Service or a government department or local government, you do have some degree of legal protection. As far as I'm concerned, Julian Assange is basically a whistleblower that's told inconvenient truths. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy!
Jeremy, can I ask you one question?
Jeremy!
What do you think the implications for our society are that when we lock up our truth tellers?
The implications are very serious for our society when we lock up truth tellers, because it not only denies us the truths that they know, it also becomes a sort of censorship of other journalists through fear.
Yeah, absolutely. They're character assassinating him in the media before they come for him in real life, just like they did with Gary Webb and the Iran-Contra scandal.
I'm very used to character assassination.
Yeah.
I know about those.
Yeah, you do, for sure. Fair enough. But what implications do you see for our society with where we're heading, with truth going down the drain like this?
It's very dangerous, because we live in an age when it's easier to know more than we've ever known before, and more difficult to find out.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
What do you think about...
Do you regret resigning as Labour leader?
I regret that we lost the general election.
The process afterwards.
I regret we lost the general election. The process afterwards had to happen.
You could have won the new election.
I don't know. I felt that I had to do what I did after the 2019 general election.
Thanks very much for coming down, and thanks to Jeremy Corbyn for speaking. I'd now like to ask Tim Dawson, who's the representative of the National Union of Journalists, who supported Julian throughout this campaign, to say a few words. Tim, thanks very much.
Thank you, John. I don't think I need to explain to anybody here what a terrible effect extraditing and prosecuting Julian Assange would have on journalism. The crimes for which the United States are seeking to prosecute him are the very business of doing journalism. Finding sources, cultivating sources, and using them to expose wrongdoing. All of you know that. I've said it to many crowds before. But let me share with you a reflection I had the other day. I spent some time in court with Chris Mullin, the former MP who spent a lot of the 1980s exposing the wrongful imprisonment of the Birmingham Six. And sitting in court with him, I found myself reflecting on the world when I was in my early 20s, when the Birmingham Six were in prison, when the Guildford Four were in prison, when Nelson Mandela was in prison. And those of us on the left were campaigning on all of their behalves, and we seemed like a tiny minority chafing against the mainstream, saying things that were unfashionable and unpopular. And yet today, nobody doubts that the imprisonment of all of those people was wrong. And I have no doubt, whatever happens here, I earnestly hope that the case will be thrown out, but whatever happens here, within 2 or 3 years it will be widely accepted that Julian Assange should not have been prosecuted, should not go to prison, and was aiding the world, not doing anything criminal.
Bravo!
Thanks very much. Tim, that was Tim Dawson from the NUJ. Thanks, Tom, for your support and for the union support.
They never did. The failed stream media is the problem. They're not getting the truth to the people. No Apache helicopter being documented.
Mr. Corbyn, sorry, may I ask what you think of Keir Starmer's involvement as head of the CPS when Julian Assange was being persecuted over these Swedish allegations?
I'm doing an interview at the moment, thanks.
Very well said, woman.
Our children, our government can disregard and violate the rule of law with impunity. And we're telling the truth has become a crime. Shame on you!
Shame on you!
United
This court! This is not a court! It's a thing to be ashamed of!
Shame on you! United Kingdom government! Shame on you! United Kingdom justice system! You are a travesty of justice! Julian Assange has done no crime! The real world criminals, they deserve to be in jail! Julian Assange must be honored and pay a big compensation! Today, Julian Assange must be free! Today, Julian Assange must be free! Today!
Throw this case out! Stop this slow murder! There's no case to answer! The only witness is a liar! He's admitted to lying! He said it to the press in Iceland! Ziggy Thordarson is a liar! He did a plea bargain to get out of his own crimes to smear Julian Assange! You cannot carry on with a case where the only real witness is a liar.
Can I ask?
But here they do.
What do you think of Keir Starmer's involvement as head of the Crown Prosecution Service?
Shame on Keir Starmer!
It's something to be ashamed of. Absolutely. Keir Starmer continued this farce. He's complicit with it. He said, his office said, don't get cold feet about carry on the process when the Swedish prosecution wanted to drop it because there was no case to answer. They couldn't charge Julian Assange. He says, oh, it was just my office. Like, he doesn't get involved in any of the cases. This must be the biggest case that he could possibly have a say in, and he says that he was nothing to do with it. So if he didn't get involved with this, then he was basically absent from his job completely. The man's a liar. I really feel sadness that the Labour Party, which has such a proud history, is led by a man like Keir Starmer, who supports the persecution of journalism.
Yes,
I thought the Labour Party used to be a proud party that stood up for democracy in the UK, wanted equal rights for people and a fair society. With Keir Starmer at the helm, I've left the party. I used to be a member. When he got elected, that was it. I've handed my card in and I explained to my local constituency why I did so. That's what I think about Keir Starmer.
Do you think that's why he got his knighthood?
Well, I believe Tony Blair's getting a knighthood. I think really, at the moment, for the people they're giving knighthoods to, I wouldn't want to be knighted. It would be something to be ashamed. But Julian Assange is certainly a free man, and he should be. There's no case against him. His legal team was spied upon continuously when they were trying to organise his defence. So any court should immediately throw it out for that reason alone. Let alone the fact that he hasn't committed any crime in the UK or in Australia by reporting wrongdoing in other nations. And obviously they were trying to say that he wasn't a journalist at the beginning of his trial, but then they had to this superseding indictment. They just changed what the case was about.
I mean, that's just, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. But what it really is a death knell for British journalism and British justice. So, although you can laugh at how poor the process has been, in reality what it means is we're going to lose a respectable for, British justice. It will no longer be respected in the world. We won't have a proper functioning democracy because we can't have journalists freely exposing the truth. And once you have that, you don't have the necessary feedback loop where people in power are held to account. You don't have a functioning democracy. So this really, it's fundamental to British democracy. We need to have Julian Assange free. If the British government and other states, the United States, can see that they can get away with this, they will continue with it. Well,
The whole world.
Julian Assange will just be the thin end of the wedge. This will continue out across Western journalism until it becomes like a tyranny in this country. No one will be allowed to report the truth without persecution. Thank you very much, Rob.
Absolutely.
Would it be okay to ask you about Keir Starmer's role as head of the CPS? When he said, when CPS said, don't get cold feet.
I'm not dealing with that today.
Free Julian Assange today! Free Julian Assange today! Free Julian Assange today! Free Julian Assange today! Free Julian Assange today!
Shame on us for allowing this to continue! Hands off Assange!
US! UK! Hands off Assange! US! UK!
Hands off Assange!
US! UK!
Hands off Assange!
US! UK!
Hands off Assange!
It's only one decision!
No extradition!
It's only one decision!
No extradition!
It's only one decision!
No extradition! No extradition! Justice in here, and death has come to correct British justice once they finish. Julian Assange, free. So death is going to be free. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? I've come here today dressed as the Grim Reaper to officially announce that British justice is dead. This case is not complicated, it's really very simple. Julian Assange is a journalist who set up WikiLeaks to expose the bad things being done by bad people around the world. It's good that they are exposed, as it means that the good people, like us, stand some chance of stopping those bad people. WikiLeaks and everything Julian did is all perfectly legal, but it made him some very powerful enemies, in particular the United States government. So they bribed, yes, the United States government bribed a person called Alderson to lie by saying that Julian got him to hack, and hacking is illegal. However, Alderson has now admitted that he lied, and Julian did absolutely nothing illegal or wrong. So there's now absolutely no case for Julian's extradition. Furthermore, the reason why Alderson lied against Julian was because the United States said they would give him immunity from prosecution for his own crimes. These include sex with 15 underage boys, as well as large-scale financial fraud and embezzlement. In summary, this case is not complicated. Thordarson is the only witness against Julian, and he's now admitted that he was bribed by the United States government to lie against Julian. The case against Julian is absolutely baseless. It's as simple as that. So it's an absolutely disgusting sham of so-called justice going on in this sordid little kangaroo court behind me. British justice will stand for absolutely nothing around the world if this court doesn't immediately free Julian Assange! 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 So I summarise my case. Judge for yourself. All of these judges have proven conflicts of interest. I mean, for example, the last judge is a friend of Alan Duncan, who is one of Julian's worst enemies. Yeah. This is just a show trial. It's just a mockery. Kangaroo court! Absolutely. So, if you want to judge for yourself, the big takeaway today is just Google Thordarson lied. That's their main witness. You judge for yourself. You'll be a lot more honest than this kangaroo court in there. Thank you.
Bravo! Bravo, George! Bravo!
Thank you, Paul. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I might have to rest this for a wee moment. Maybe I shall find a few. I asked JC about what he thought of Keir Starmer's involvement. And he said, I couldn't ask, and we weren't dealing with that today.
The environmental crisis we find ourselves in, to have people like Julian Assange and WikiLeaks that can expose the truth. They've exposed the truth a huge breadth of wrongdoing. Things like dumping toxins into the ocean, illegally shipping toxic materials to countries that aren't able to deal with them. If we want people to deal with the climate crisis and other real world crises where wars are breaking out around the world, what we need to solve that, for people to understand and come to agreement on solutions, we need to know what the truth is. And for that to happen, we need access to the key documents where decisions are made. That's what WikiLeaks has done. It's allowed the general public to have access to the documents that show how the wheels of power work.
Google it, it's WikiLeaks, top 26. Julian Assange did so much against environmental crimes going on all over the world.
Yeah, well said. If you don't know what's going on, you don't know who to vote for to get real change. If you can't hold the people in power to account by having journalists look at what they've done, then you can't vote them out of power when they do something wrong. You just won't know what's going on. That's the way we're going to walk into environmental crisis, and we're going to blindly walk into needless wars around the world, which could be avoided if the public were aware and we could conduct proper diplomacy, understanding on all sides about what the facts are. That's what journalism is for. Now this is closing down the possibility of us having a free press. And you might think it's just one man, it's Julian Assange. There's other journalists that can step into his shoes, but no, there aren't. Once he's been taken away, anyone else who dares to do the same thing will share the same fate. Look at what happened to people who've blown the whistle, like Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning. It will go on until you're not allowed to say anything that conflicts with the government's line. So we need a free and fair press. A free and fair press doesn't necessarily say things the government or states like the United States of America want to hear. But they're necessary. They're necessary so we can have the public debate that we need to live in a free and fair, peaceful democracy. Now these people are throwing all of that away. We have many people who have come before us and protested and fought for a free country where people have a right to free speech and free assembly. Now if we allow this travesty of injustice to take place, we're going to start losing that very fast. People in the UK need to wake up. They need to stop this going on. Now, I'd like to say a few words about what Priti Patel is going to do about asylum seekers. Now, Priti Patel is the secretary who's signing off this decree that it's okay to send Julian Assange, a journalist who's done nothing wrong, to send him away for a 175-year sentence in solitary confinement in America. Well, the very same woman thinks it's all right to take asylum seekers and take them off to a far-off country in Africa, Rwanda, and more or less just abandon them there in some kind of prison camp. Now, how this meets any of Britain's commitments to asylum, I don't understand. It makes a travesty, a complete travesty of the idea of asylum. If you go to a country seeking a free, safe place to live and you just get boated off to a prison camp in a faraway country, totally unacceptable. Priti Patel's the woman who wants to send people to Rwanda who seek asylum, and she wants to have journalists sent to America to die in solitary confinement. John Rees looks like he's going to say something. He's doubtlessly more eloquent than I am. Hopefully you've got just as much spirit to get Julian Assange free from this ridiculous process.
Thank you. I'm just here to introduce Lisa Longstaff, who's been a fantastic supporter of Julian Assange from the very beginning. Lisa, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you very much. My name's Lisa, I'm from Women Against Rape. Since 2012, we've been publishing our views about why they're going after Julian Assange. We said back then, and we've said up until today, they've gone after him for accusations of sexual offences in Sweden, which showed a very unusual zeal, the like of which we've never seen in any other accusation of sexual violence in this country, in Sweden.
Give Stella a round of applause. Give her a round of applause.
What do you hope for hearing today? Bravo!
Assange! Free Julian 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 Assange! There's only one decision!
This is a crime against the American Constitution, the rights to gather, the rights to free speech, and the rights of a free press. What's wrong with you? Shame on us to be allowing this to go on. Turn down to the fucking system. This is no justice. We're on the right side of history. What? Who is Assange? He's an innocent man. He's only coming to be saying the truth to the whole world, and the world don't listen. Please listen. These motherfuckers over there, they don't represent justice. They represent the interests of the multinational mafia in the world that is destroying the earth and social life. They are ripping off our rights, and they are continuing doing it. We got to stand for Assange because we are standing for the justice and peace of the world. Free Julian Assange! 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 Free Julian
I'm going to carry on. My name's Lisa, and I'm from Women Against Rape. And I was just saying that since 2012 we've published articles and made comments about why we think the authorities have gone after Julian Assange. Not because of what happened in Sweden, what allegedly happened in Sweden, but because he was, among other people, exposing the war crimes, the murder, the torture, the rape that US and UK and other governments were pursuing all over the world, mainly in third world countries. And we know very well what women suffer in other countries and here, because at our women's centre, which is called Crossroads in Kentish Town, We work with the Global Women Against Deportations campaign, and a big part of that is the All Africa Women's Group, who are busy now, today, opposing Priti Patel's Nationality and Borders Bill, which is in the Commons as we speak today. And you'll all know, because people have spoken about it and it's been all over the news, that her latest proposal is to send people to Rwanda. How disgusting! How disgusting! This is just fascism! She's calling for people to have their lives ended. And we all in this country and in other countries are getting together to say we all have the right to be here. We all have the right to be here. Many of the women in the All Africa Women's Group are rape survivors and have fled torture, rape, and had their families killed in front of them. Some have been from Rwanda, others have been from African countries. And they now are facing this Borders Bill, which not only threatens to take away their right to ever settle here, but also could take away the citizenship of people from here, people whose parents were immigrants. And we have to say there's a massive anti-deportation movement in this country, which is rarely highlighted by the big organisations. But even the Archbishop has come out against the Rwanda proposal. We cannot let these things pass. We also cannot let pass the police bill. This government has been busy pushing through a crime sentencing police and courts bill, which will give massive powers to the police to outlaw protest. We all do protest, women in particular. We organise protests every week. We're protesting for the environment, for our rights against rape and domestic violence and other violence. We're protesting against the police, who are doing are attacking women, are themselves exposed as racists, rapists, misogynists, and against people with disabilities and people who are queer. And we have to call out their crimes, because they and the Crown Prosecution Service also have decriminalised rape. It's okay for them to do it, but it's not. But they will allow it to happen. They will not investigate properly. They will not prosecute properly. The conviction rate has fallen so low; it's practically no longer illegal to rape. For years we've been opposing the witch hunt against Julian Assange, and we were very glad to see Niels Meltzer, the UN rapporteur, visit him in prison in Belmarsh and say he was a victim of torture himself, and then investigate what happened with the Swedish case, which, for those who don't know, because there has been such a lot of witch hunting and such a lot of misinformation, was groundless. It was a totally corrupt process. We've never seen such a corrupted investigation into sexual offences. He was never charged. They went after him for more than 10 years. All the media in the Western world called him a rapist. He was never charged, let alone convicted. And this is what they've done to stop people supporting him, and it's been successful. And I must say, if it wasn't for the success of their witch hunt, there would have been thousands of people here today, mostly women, because women have supported Assange all along. We're the ones who stick up for our loved ones who are being bombed and murdered and starved and deported or arrested or prosecuted by the police wrongly because of racism. And we're the ones who are defending our environment, including, as others have said, in third world countries, multinationals, oil companies, and all kinds of other companies are stealing the resources, the natural resources, in countries like Africa, in Thailand, in Burma, places where they have brought in military dictatorships, and they're constantly raping and killing people. And these people are peasants, villagers, indigenous people defending their land from being ripped off, poisoned, stolen, and they are giving their lives as human rights defenders. And we have a responsibility in this country to do all we can to support people who are struggling wherever we are in the world, because all of our struggles are connected. And what Patel is doing here, she is doing the US bidding, but she's also doing Modi's bidding, who is persecuting Muslim people, who is persecuting farmers, who is persecuting the population of India. They're trying to get through a bill at the moment. People are trying to get through a bill against rape in marriage in the Indian Parliament. And so far, the judges are out. But they've been trying for years and it's been blocked. But there's a huge anti-rape movement in India. There's a huge anti-rape movement in Thailand, in Burma, in many countries of the world, in Africa, and most of this is hidden. We're portrayed as helpless victims, and then we're denied the help that we're entitled to when we come to places like Britain. So stop the Borders Bill, stop the Police Bill, and stop all of the corruption that has led us to this point, and the corruption that's being expressed today in this court case, in this whole extradition procedure. No extradition! No extradition! No extradition! No extradition! Thank you very much.
Can I ask? May I ask one question?
Free!
Why do you think?
Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange!
Why do you think the CPS cared so much about Assange but not about Jimmy Savile?
I don't think they're interested in going after people who rape, who abuse their power, and who are ready to work for the corrupt leaders, the politicians, the multinationals. I don't think they're interested. I think they went after him because he was a thorn in their side, and he exposed, as I said, rape and other war crimes committed by the US and UK governments in particular.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Julian Assange.
Heiko, you've got an assistant now.
There are many people around.
What did you want to know about Sweden? The Swedish case with that woman?
Oh, I was just saying, I wanted to ask why she thought that they were so hard on Assange but not on Jimmy Savile.
It was pretty much planned when the two women went to a police station. The two police, one was a friend of one of the women as well, basically decided that they were going to tell the girls who wanted Julian Assange just to do a test, a HIV test. They told the women that they were going to charge him on rape and they could do that without them pressing charges. They didn't want that at all. There's lots of text messages between the girls that have been revealed by Professor Nils Melzer, who investigated the case. He's got a book on Julian Assange. I can't can't remember the name, but he's got one book on Julian Assange, and he talks about the girls communicating with each other, communicating with their friends, saying that they'd been blindsided by the police and that this was not what they wanted, that they didn't want any press or anything. Their privacy was violated too. They did not want it to come out at all. It was politically motivated. They had no evidence at all. It just was always in the investigation stage, and there was nothing to support the idea that any rape took place.
Is this the weaponisation of rape?
It was on the part of the state, the Swedish state.
Corruption, war crimes, unearthed proof. WikiLeaks, publish the truth. Corruption, war crimes, unearthed proof. Collateral murder is their fate. USA wants to blame. Collateral murder is their fate. USA is to blame. Hostile intelligence complaint. UN ordered Assange death. Hostile intelligence for POC. US ordered Assange death. Hostile intelligence for POC. US ordered Assange death. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. There's only one decision.
How's it going? You're not seeing Channel 4 anyway?
I don't know what Channel 4 looks like. Why are you looking for Channel 4?
What? Live on air said that I organised a protest.
Which protest?
The one that had a go at Keir Starmer.
Oh.
Live on air.
When was that?
About 2-3 months ago.
I remember the protest, but I don't remember I didn't watch the news. So.
Well, they're not the news, are they? That is mad. They didn't even put in a request for comment. It's getting worse. The more truth you expose, the more they come after you. How have you been? Getting any good shots?
Some nice ones. Where's Stella doing a press conference? I presume here.
I presume so. I'll just duck down. Do you know what time it is that will come out? Or
well, it starts at 10:15 and apparently it's only like 2 minutes, so as long as she wants to take to talk with her lawyers, I don't know if she can talk to Julian or not, I don't know.
She usually takes a while talking to her lawyers.
Yeah, well she's not prepared speeches. She's probably done that already.
Yeah, I expect she's already prepared it, will be building herself up. But there are still appeals that can be done after this, aren't there? It's just never ended.
Free Julian Assange! Today! Free Julian Assange! Yeah, that's all! Thank you, brother! That's why you asked them because that's kind of... Yeah, I do support because... Yeah, because I'm
But have North Sea oil, and they use sort of 9 billion or something like that.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
That's
Why
right.
were you there on Monday?
It was the anniversary.
Of his being taken out of the
I've got a little.
Did you start? Back to driver.
You don't even have to print plate.
We know he's an innocent man, and the case is just. The US spied on his defense team while he was in the Ecuadorian embassy. He's not been allowed to see the papers to do with his trial. He's not been allowed proper contact with his legal team. He's been incarcerated now for over 3 years in Belmarsh prison. Now we, as the good people of the UK, as the court of public opinion, we all decree that Julian Assange, he must be set free. This needs to be stopped. British people need to reject this. We need to write to our MPs. We need to come out on the streets. We need to say and expose what a sham this process really is. So let's all agree Assange must be free! 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 Julian Assange! Free! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Free!
Who's that guy?
No worries, right? I thought you might be better bin that one.
Jesus Christ, honestly.
Right. That's not. Yeah, best delete those.
Who did you think it was?
He's a guy who made a bonfire, a Grenfell bonfire.
Sorry about that, that's me.
No, it's alright, don't worry. We'd rather like get him and then delete it than not get. So he made this cardboard model of Grenfell Tower.
I heard about that, baby.
Set fire to it.
And he just happens to be here on the same day.
He's pleaded guilty to
Guilty to what?
sending grossly offensive material intended to offend. Fucking daft, isn't it?
Well, it's daft, but it's not a crime.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
The whole the prosecution's daft. Hey, the courts are out of control now. Out of control.
Mate, I've been reporting on them. Literally, I went to a case, right? You know the freedom protests?
Yeah.
There are these people who turn up dressed in kind of like security type uniforms, and they have peace officer written on them.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is they go up and they give people hugs because the police come in.
Right. Okay.
The police come in with their batons and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is they're showing the police up, right?
Yeah.
They got done for impersonating police officers.
Mate, I'm telling you,
£1,800.
we are moving into a totalitarian state. Sleepwalk. You're not recording.
Oh, is that not okay?
No, don't record me. Please don't, because I work for the mainstream media. And, can you delete that?
I can't delete it off the screen.
Please don't put that
No,
out,
it's
mate.
fine. We won't use any.
I'll lose my job if that gets out there, man.
Sorry.
But
okay.
But like,
How's the revolution?
mate, promise me you won't put that out.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to do anything.
But yeah, it's scary some of the stuff that's going on. I agree.
Have you seen about Tara Ahmed's case? So, basically a hippie woman, right, part of the freedom protests, she made some comments on Facebook. No one responded to the comments for basically for like 6 months, and they got dredged up by the Campaign for Anti-Semitism. She's not in prison because she's made all these comments against Zionism and whatnot, right? And she makes 2 comments that aren't qualified, talking about like this cabal or whatnot, right? Whether she agrees, and she's like, she doesn't even really stand by the comments.
Yeah.
Prison.
Is this live stream?
Yep. Live.
Was that going out live, what I just said?
Literally, you're only there for 1 second. Only there for 1 second. Sorry, honestly, we won't use it clipped or anything like that. And people tend not to trawl through a massive...
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
That's alright.
Well, what's happening with Assange, like, you've got a UK PCA permit, I believe.
What's that?
UK PCA press corps.
Yeah.
So, to join the UK PCA, you have to join one of the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
So, unless you happen to be part of the organisation like the BBC or I think it's Sky ITV, they can just issue them to any staff. You have to join the NUJ or one of the other gatekeepers. They then tell you what you can and can't say. I know multiple people have been kicked out of the NUJ. Why? Because they were saying the wrong things. I know people kicked out because they happen to be protesters in their spare time. So outside of them being journalists, they happen to attend a protest. Oh, well, you weren't being journalistic. Well, it's like, sorry. Going to the pub and getting drunk isn't journalistic, but it's what you do in your spare time. Like, people have a right to clock off and not be working. Like, but these gatekeepers, it's all controlled. When the lockdowns happen, right, any of us that were out there filming, clearly reporting, they know exactly who we are, they know where we live, right? They used to beat us up, throw cuffs on us. I remember when it was a 93-year-old man here, Eric, who got grabbed by the police. I was filming it. They chased me all the way down there. They chased me because I was filming them grabbing an old man.
Who do you work for then?
Resistance GB.
Right.
Yeah. We are loudly anti-mainstream media according to the Mail, but don't worry, I'm not going to clip it.
That would be really helpful, mate, but I'm happy to stay in touch though, if you want, afterwards.
Oh, sure.
There are people who agree with the mainstream media.
1 second, let me see if I can on this
to commit crime. They killed 15,000 surrendered people in Afghanistan in Mazar-e-Sharif. It was CIA and Pentagon who told the biggest criminal Dostum to finish them in Dasht al-Aili. And they were put in containers. Inside the containers, they were mass murdered. 15,000 of them. It is called Dasht al-Aili massacre.
Hi, Coach.
Why they were doing this?
Second, if that's okay. It's got a tripod on the bottom if you just want to set
You see, 800,000 American soldiers, they are suffering from PTSD. 500,000 NATO soldiers, they suffer from PTSD. Why? Because they didn't go there to solve a problem. They went there to commit crimes and to make this war ongoing. So ongoing war means what? The arm manufacturers, machines would run, produce more weapons, upgrade more weapons, and Pentagon would pour $8 trillion, not less. It is according to University of Brown. Brown University exposed another truth to us, that it was $8 trillion of American taxpayers, 800,000 of American young soldiers who became victims of this war, and American people became modern slaves to US military-industrial complex and evil Bush and Blair. The same with NATO countries, and the same with us. Our taxpayer money was spent to finance the machines of our manufacturers, and from there they gave Bush and Blair commissions. Where did Tony Blair get all this money, $150 million? Where did he get it from? All commission from our manufacturers. The same is with Bush. Where did he get 500 million? So $8 trillion. $8 trillion. If you put that 0.0001% commission, would go over 1 billion. Because $1 billion was given to commission, 8,000 billions were given to the arm manufacturers. So how they sponsored the war on the other side? The Taliban are no different from the warlords. Why? Because they were also supported by Pentagon and CIA and Pakistan's army to create targets they can hit and justify it in Congress to produce more weapons and make more money. This is the picture of, I will come to the other part. This is the picture I made years ago. Nobody listened to me. And I was saying the Taliban, Gulbuddin, Hebatullah, I called them Danpar, Pampar, Pasar, Japap, Dajjal. They were supported by Punjab's fascist and evil army and ISI, Pakistan's army, Toba. And this is the evil Obama. Some people, they say, this is sometimes from our old people saying, sometimes oppressed becomes oppressor. I wonder why black people voted for this evil Obama to commit crimes. They forgot how they went through the history. They forgot the legacy of Harriet and Douglas. They forgot it. I challenge all the black people and the rest of the world. Why are you silent at the crimes of these evil who committed crimes and killed 1.5 million of my people? This is my brother, 16-year-old brother, the son of my mother. 16-year-old brother Shafiq Wardak, he was killed by the same CIA, Pentagon, ISI and KGB in 1992 in the Civil War. And I also lost another 2.5-year-old brother. I said I'm a victim. I tell you the truth. Our genocide was committed like a scissor. You know, scissor has got 2 blades. One blade was Pentagon and Danpar, Pampar, Japap, Ashraf Ghani, Karzai, the puppet government, and Pentagon supported by funds and dollars and our taxpayer money and tanks and artillery and airplanes of $8 trillion. The other blade was the Taliban, the Daesh, Al-Qaeda. They were also supported by Pentagon. Why? How? They give them Helmand opium production. Helmand opium production, which is the biggest in the world. This Helmand opium production give access to the funds for the Taliban for nearly $3 to $6 trillion. $3 to $6 trillion was also made by CIA and Pentagon from Afghan opium production and selling. They even kill our children here with the heroin bringing to Afghanistan. Who is bringing the heroin? Who is smuggling heroin to the UK? Do you think an Afghan like me can bring it? Put a sack of opium on my shoulder, bring it to the UK? Absolutely impossible. It is the same flights CIA and Pentagon operating. They were operating the same operations in Vietnam. They were putting them in the coffins of dead American soldiers. They destroyed Harlem. In Vietnam War, you remember? Don't forget. But in Afghanistan, they didn't need to bring them into coffins of dead American soldiers. They were bringing them in the same containers. They were shipping weapons and they were saying these containers should go back to America, it's American property. It is Julian Assange who told us the truth. Expose this smuggling of opium. Expose the mass murder of our people, the genocide of my people. It is Julian Assange. I'm here to salute him. And I am here to ask for his freedom. I would say, dear Julian Assange, lovely Julian Assange, and you call him free. Yeah, 3 times. Dear and lovely Julian Assange, brave and honest Julian Assange, free. Mentally and spiritually free Julian Assange, free. He is a messiah of the truth. Yes. He is the icon of the truth. I, on behalf of the people of Afghanistan, owe him dearly because he told us the truth. He told us the truth about these crimes. You see, this is the story of a shoe repairer on the street in Helmand province. He was sitting on the street here repairing shoes. A poor man, his earning would be like $1 a day. And this is his daughter next to him. The suicide track, supported by ISI and Taliban, and allowed by CIA and Pentagon, exploded in the market and put this child into pieces. So now the criminals are who? Bush, Blair, Johnson, Merkel, Ashraf Ghani, Karzai, Obama, Trump, Austin is the Defense Secretary of the United States of America. He stepped on the legacy of Harriet. He stepped on the legacy of Nelson Mandela. And he stepped on the legacy of Douglas. He is the defense minister. He is the Secretary of Defense of the United States of America, responsible for the genocide. Now I say, free Julian Assange. We say free. Jail war criminals. Jail. Free Julian Assange! Free! Jail war criminals! Jail! Jail war criminals! Jail! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free! Thank you very much. I lost my voice nearly. Thank you. You want to say something?
Thanks, Fahim. It's wonderful that you could come and give us an on-the-ground picture of what the WikiLeaks files revealed as it affected the real people of Afghanistan, someone's real lived experience of the horrors of war and the murderous regime of the US Pentagon. The CIA plotted to kidnap and kill Julian as well. Vanessa Baratza made a correct decision not to deliver him into their hands. And now the High Court, corrupted by the presence of the Chief Justice, Ian Burnett, who is a friend of the UK government, who's colluding with the US, has ordered her to overturn her decision. And today, she meekly signs the papers to send Julian away. Priti Patel, who's had secret meetings in the United States surrounding this issue, will no doubt sign off on Julian's extradition. So we have murderers receiving an innocent man into their custody. Please keep fighting for Julian's life. His life is in danger as he is being delivered to the murderers by the UK government. How this can happen, we are all perplexed and saddened and revolted. But it is a war machine and it is evil, and we must keep fighting it and fighting for Julian's life. Free, free, Julian Assange! 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 Save him from the CIA killers! Free, Julian Assange! Free, Julian Assange!
I want to say something more about this extradition. Before that, I say, where are those people who call themselves journalists? Why are they not here?
Here. Where are they?
Where are they? Where are the UK journalists? They call themselves there. Thousands of them graduates from university. Thousands of them, they roam around making films and showing off themselves. Journalists. Where are they?
Where are they?
Where are the journalists in the UK? Where are those people freedom?
Shame on the mainstream.
Where is the Labour of the head of Labour Party? Where is he? Where is the leader of the Labour Party? Where is he? Why is he hiding?
Shame on him.
Shame, shame, shame on him.
Shame on Sir Keir Starmer. We're being run by criminals.
Yes, yes. I sometimes talk to friends and I say I'm more of optimist than pessimist. The reason for that is, you know, when Gandhiji was imprisoned and the court like this one run by colonial criminals, there were generals, prosecutors, judges, soldiers, clerks, and the rest of the people. The prosecutor asked him, "You have committed a crime of sedition and anti-imperial government. We're gonna jail you." You know what Gandhiji told him? The whole court. He said, "Colonization is criminal. Punish me as you like." A silence fell in the court. A silence fell in the court. In a matter of 1 minute, the whole of the court party of the judges, prosecutors and generals, from a status of a haunting wolf, change into sweating chicken. Free, free Julian Assange.
Another guy comes in the head.
I wasn't going to fight here! He threatened me! Stop it now! Stop!
I did stop.
Stop! Come on, please.
Don't fight! Free Julian Assange! Today!
Nothing really major. Just fucking spat.
The same is with Nelson Mandela. When Nelson Mandela was jailed and he was asked by Fisher, by his solicitors, to appeal to the apartheid regime. He said, no, we are not going to appeal to the apartheid regime. Why? Because he said the moral pillars of the apartheid regime would collapse. Fisher told him, they're gonna execute you, they're gonna kill you. He said, that honorable killing is better than living as a slave under apartheid. And he said the same to the court, that founding wolf status changed to sweating chickens. And that was the beginning of the demise of the apartheid regime. The same is with Julian Assange. If Julian Assange can utter the same word, I told the truth about these illegal, criminal, and artificial wars, I'm sure that American people, judges, prosecutors would change their minds from haunting dogs, hyenas, and wolves into running, sweating chicken, and they would say they are standing not anymore with the evil Bush and Blair and these criminal wars. They would oppose it. And the demise of these warmongers and criminals would start from there. I'm sure this is going to happen. I'm not pessimistic. Julian Assange, if he is here, he's telling the truth. If he is extradited, one thing they cannot do, remove the truth from his spirit. Remove the truth, and it's telling from his spirit and from his brain. So once again, we ask these judges here and prosecutors, do not be party of the criminals who are responsible for the genocide of people in Afghanistan. Change your mind. Decide to free Julian Assange. We ask you, we urge you, we plead with you to free Julian Assange.
Free him!
And free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Thank you.
Free Julian Assange today! 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 Free Julian Assange today!
I know, I almost didn't come today because I knew he was going to pull something like that. I almost didn't
Hi, did you get everything that he was saying, or most of what he was saying?
That seemed to be that just seemed to be a dumb dispute, basically.
What happened?
I think a lot of people are upset today.
Yeah.
I've been to just about every one of these things, and I haven't seen an argument like that before. I think it's genuinely because everyone's so tense. Because people, you've got to remember, people have been doing this for years.
Yeah.
There are 3 protests a week for Assange. Yeah. There is. There's Wednesdays outside the Australian embassy.
Yeah.
And then there's Saturdays in the morning, it's outside Belmarsh prison. And then in the evening, it's at Piccadilly Circus.
Yeah.
So there are literally 3 protests a week. Then there are all the court hearings. Then, there was that big protest with like Richard Bergen and whatnot, where they did the big long march from the BBC.
Yeah.
And there's a real dedicated core of activists.
Yeah.
Who, what other person would have a group of 20 people out every week, 52 weeks a year. You know, and it looks small. But it's, you think of the amount of man hours, if you just price that up in terms of like, if they were making the minimum wage doing that, can you imagine how many hours they've spent just out there working to try to free this man? What I find interesting is that apparently a lot of Bitcoin whales and whatnot have been donating to Stella. So that with cryptocurrency, they bought in really early.
Are you recording?
This is live. So just.
Go on,
some of the whales they're called because they bought in early. They got loads of
Like George Galloway. I think he's a Bitcoin whale. He said,
a whale?
He says he is because he, he's got his. He does his show on he's an independent journalist now, and he says that the reason he can fund it is because he made a lot of money in Bitcoin early doors, but whether that's true or not, I don't know. He's got some rich friends.
I think the one to buy into is LBC. That's the one that they use.
Oh right, the crypto. And it's called LBC.
There's a company called
Right. What a coincidence. It's called
what it is it's all decentralized on the blockchain. Open source. And what you do, rather than it being sort of algorithmically promoted like in some sort of obscure way, you use your coins to promote the video. So it's essentially democratic. I mean, sure, if the mainstream media want to buy a load of coins, but anyone else can also do that. And it can't promote it infinitely as well. There's like a sort of tapering off. I think it's a good power system.
Mate, listen, history goes in cycles, 100 years cycles. There's a period of
we will never stop fighting for Julian Assange, and we will remember all of your names. And when we return the real justice system, all of you will be held accountable.
If you look back over the last 2,000 years, you see the same pattern. So the last awakening was in the 63, unraveling 83 to like early 2000s. Since then we've got that's what I mean.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. While we wait for Julian to come out, I just want to talk about the cost of being a whistleblower. We think that Julian is in jail and of course being suffering under solitary confinement. I also want to talk about the fact that it's not only Julian who pays the price, it is his family, it is his friends, it is his loved ones. I believe people have spoken about those connected to whistleblowers, but I think it's a timely reminder that we need to think about what type of society that we want to live in, and whether we take decisions based purely on politics, and whether or not we consider the individuals involved. And the reason that I speak about being a whistleblower is because of course
I'm
I
so
currently
sorry, love.
am a whistleblower.
Whose is it?
Regarding my
Alright, that's it, fisticuffs.
Yeah, come on. To do with cabinet member at present. But of course today the focus is Julian and the cost of being a whistleblower. It's a very difficult decision to make when you decide to tell the truth. But you tell the truth because it is in the interest of our community, it is in the interest of our people, and politicians and decision makers in this country need to realise that the people need to come first and that their wishes and their needs need to come first. So I say this as a whistleblower myself, and my dispute is with the cabinet member Dominic Raab, the current Minister for Justice, or in my case, Injustice. So today, along with Julian Assange, I ask for justice in my situation from Cabinet Minister Dominic Raab. Being a whistleblower is not easy, but we need to tell the truth because people need to know about what is happening in our name, in our government.
Well, can I ask what happened in your case? If that's okay.
In my case, it is a complicated thing. In my personal case, my situation is to do with compensation awarded to me by the federal government of Switzerland, and Dominic Raab is obstructing that compensation, and that compensation was awarded to me because of abuses by Nazis in Switzerland. And so the only people that currently benefit from Dominic Raab's obstruction of my compensation are Nazis.
Why is he getting involved?
Well, he was foreign minister at the time. He was foreign secretary, and it's to do with, you know, the machine of diplomacy. So while the federal government of Switzerland are trying their very best, I mean, it's an ongoing case. It's currently happening now. I'm very much feeling the consequences of this obstruction, and it's just really sad because it's the personal cost not only to me but also to the people involved, because one of the big parts of this is that someone that I love was a whistleblower on Nazis, and he's currently in hiding in the United Kingdom, and until Dominic Raab does whatever he's meant to do, then my person has to stay in hiding. And it's a very extreme story that's difficult for people to comprehend that it's true, but it's true, it's really true, and I'm living it, and my daughter is living it, and my loved one, Carl Linder, he's living it too. So yeah, Dominic Raab, British justice system, politicians, you need to start thinking in a more empathetic way, because people now are waking up, and I don't mean awoken, I mean people are starting to realise what are the power structures, what is going on behind the scenes. You can't pull the wool over their eyes anymore. People understand there's so much more going on. So like Julian, we know that the extradition is nothing to do with any crime that he's committed. He got on the nerves of the wrong people, the people that don't want to be exposed, and they're not even the country government. They're another power structure that people don't want to talk about, an alternative power structure that are eroding every country in this world. They are eroding the people's rights. They are unelected government. Unelected government.
Well done.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
One second, we got to do battery change. I want to have full battery for when they come out and do their speeches. Hello, man.
We'll get the sack if that gets out. So it would be really great if you could just
try and blur it in the live stream. Okay, I'll ask Laura to see what she's doing.
I know it's gone out already, but I've got 3 kids now, and I'm kind of already on a final warning for something I did. I mean, as long as it's not tagged or anything, right, then with my name pretty much.
Hello, one second. Just make sure
Mr. Bassetti, have you got anything to say to the Grenfell families? Mr. Bassetti, would you like to apologise to the Grenfell victims? Mr. Bassetti, have you got any apology for the families of the Grenfell victims?
Justice for Grenfell! Justice for Grenfell!
Mr. Bassetti, have you got anything to say to the families of the Grenfell victims?
Justice for Grenfell! Justice for Grenfell! Do you hear me? You horrible man!
Sorry, mate. I just had to grab it and go.
Yeah,
sorry
right.
about that.
No, that's okay.
I didn't want to leave it.
That's okay. I turned round and
it was gone. No,
it was gone.
I just didn't want to leave it there.
Who was that? Who was that guy?
That's the Grenfell guy. Yeah, I kept it. I wasn't filming him with your thing though.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't mind.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, I just
no, it's fine.
Because you know you said could I keep an eye on it? I didn't want to leave it there.
It happens. This is the thing doing it like one-man band, right?
Yeah.
Sorry if I leave.
No, mate, it's all right.
In there, though, right?
We got you. You nearly got run over.
Yeah, no, I still thank you for that.
The amount of times like I'm there and I'm like, oh, could you hold this for me?
I could probably have left it and it would have been alright, but I just didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's alright.
Sorry, mate.
Don't worry about it. No, it's fine.
The route open. You went.
It's extra drama, I'm sure.
I wasn't filming him though because I wasn't sure if you wanted that on your live stream. So
Look, the thing about live streams is live streams are so long.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Gets lost in them. That's why we make clipped videos. So we record as well as live stream.
Yeah.
And these are really good because they're action cams. So they can't zoom. That's the main flaw of them.
Yeah.
But the stabilization in the software means that whatever you do, however much you shake, it doesn't shake.
Yeah. Is it a GoPro?
Yeah. Hero 9.
Well, mate, if you could avoid like clipping it, that would be.
Yeah, I just spoke to co-editor in chief. Be able to take it down, cut out the section, re-upload. You're going to lose me all of our lovely comments, but
mate, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. If you can. If not, just like don't.
No, we'll be able to do it. We just need to wait till it processes, download it, clear.
Then we'll stay in touch because
there is a thing on YouTube which is absolutely terrible, which lets you blur. I want to see if we can get it working for those literally 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Then we might be able to just leave the whole thing up. But hopefully, we're going to try the blur thing on YouTube because usually we don't blur because people like that it's sort of raw. But it should be fine.
I'd appreciate it, mate. Be an anxious few days otherwise till it all gets.
Well, either way, you got my number, so you can bell me up and be like, Wilsey, what's going on?
I need a
I've
job.
got kids to feed. It's a mad world. See, this is the thing, right? This is one of the things with like the defamation, right? What they do is they destroy a person's reputation. You heard about Mark Meacham?
No.
So he's a guy. He's a really, really small-time internet comedian, right? Like basically just a guy with a YouTube channel. And he was a bouncer who worked security. And he made a video as a joke about because his girlfriend really liked their pub. And then he made a video pretending that the dog was a Nazi. So he was saying, "Seek hard to the dog," and the dog would lift its paw.
Right.
And then genuinely, he was prosecuted for apparently being serious about the dog being a Nazi. But how could the dog be a Nazi? And also, this guy, like, he's part of the Libertarian Party of Scotland. Like, he's the most anti-Nazi person you could possibly come across. He was genuinely prosecuted for making a joke, pretending that his dog was a Nazi. You know, I do voices for my cat sometimes, right? And I might...
That was guy from Grenfell, wasn't it? Is he the one that was...
Burnt the effigy.
He burnt the effigy,
I'll do little voices for my cat sometimes and make my cat say outrageous things. It's just mad. It's just mad. And so he lost his job as a bouncer. Unfortunately, off the back of it and campaigning for free speech to make jokes, he's managed to make a career. But for every single person like him, there are 1,000 people that no one ever hears about who have their lives destroyed. You look at the Met Police, right? Literally going to people's workplaces and saying, "Oh, did you know this person said this on Twitter?" Did they commit a crime? He's like, "No, but they're very concerned." Any boss that gets a call from the Met Police is going to say that person 90% of the time. And that's the thing. It's taking the legs out from under people, so they can't support themselves. It's like the lockdowns. Can't support themselves. Can't support their families. I'm quite happy because we started covering this band We started covering this band about a year ago called Jam for Freedom. And they were the only touring band in the country. They used to go around, get chased out by the police, thrown in a cell. Right? This is proper rock and roll. So what's the Rolling Stones was, sitting in their mansion, probably drinking whiskey. These guys were literally
Venezuela thinks that like Russia are actually challenging talented to be. Whereas I think actually if you're not, I think
Is this a fishing rod or something?
A lot of support coming through, guys. Yeah, so this is the live stream. And then this is Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Are we going to do the interviews here, please?
Yep.
Hey, John.
Well, stand back, guys. John.
Guys,
Let's give us some space. Let's give us some space for the guys. The cameras behind you need to shot.
Get out the way.
Let's get down. Get down.
Sit down. Sit down.
Get down, please.
So if everyone comes back, then we can all squeeze in.
Get down. Everyone at the front, get down.
Okay, everybody happy? With the shot, I mean. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks to all the supporters for coming down today. Kristen Harbertson, who's the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, will now give you a report of what's been happening inside the court today.
Go down this one.
16 months ago, this court decided that extraditing Assange would mean a risk to his life, that it would be equal to a death sentence. Now this court has been ordered to issue that death sentence. That is what happened here today. Now Julian's life is in the hands of Priti Patel and Boris Johnson. They need to do the right thing. You need to make sure they do the right thing. They have the power to stop this, to end this, to save a man's life and stop this attack on the freedom of the press. Salah Assange is here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming here, supporters and the press. You need to keep your eyes on this case. Today was a formality, but I still felt sick to my stomach about what happened today. A magistrate signing an order to send Julian to the United States. The UK has no obligation to extradite Julian Assange to the United States. In fact, it is required by its international obligations to stop this extradition. Boris Johnson and Priti Patel, don't extradite Julian to the country that conspired to murder him. Boris Johnson and Priti Patel can stop this at any time. They can stop it today. They can stop this nightmare today and return Julian to his family. They can do the right thing and enforce Article 4 of the US-UK extradition treaty, which prohibits extraditions for political offenses. Right now, they're in breach of their own treaty. This is a political case, and with the signature of the magistrate, this now passes squarely into the political domain. Free Julian Assange.
The fact that today's court order is a formality and was expected does not make it any less disappointing. It doesn't make it any less alarming when we look at the entirety of this case. From Reporters Without Borders, we are extremely disappointed with what has transpired at this court today. And we now must redouble our efforts to campaign, particularly targeting now the UK Home Office. This has always been a political case, but as Stella says, this is now 100% again a political decision of the UK government. We have about a 4-week window to attempt to influence the Home Secretary. Now, we can't undo the more than decade of persecution and the suffering that Julian Assange has faced simply for his contributions for journalism, for publishing information in the public interest. That can't be undone. But what we can still influence is what happens next. It is not too late for the UK government to now do the right thing, to act to protect journalism, to protect press freedom, to adhere to their own international obligations and their own stated commitment to champion media freedom globally. That cannot be done with Julian Assange sitting in Belmarsh prison, where he never should have spent a single day. So today, Reporters Without Borders is launching a new Free Assange petition specifically targeting Priti Patel. We ask for your support in signing it and sharing it and helping to build up an international outcry specifically calling on Priti Patel personally to now intervene to ensure that this is brought to an end, that Julian Assange is not extradited to the United States and that he is immediately released. He should not be held a single day longer in Belmarsh prison. Enough is enough, so we call again to free Assange.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for coming down. Obviously, this is now with Priti Patel. Obviously, it's a political decision. Obviously, we're going to campaign for her to say no to this extradition. But if she does not, this will not be the end of this case. There will be an appeal launched by Julian's lawyers, and the fight will go on. Thank you very much.
If you're going to go in front of us, you need to go. Back.
It doesn't have to be particularly well organized. Just go and be outside watching that woman. Make her understand her responsibilities as a decent politician in a democracy. Go to the Home Office, Masham Street.
Yes, let's go there every day. Tell Priti Patel If you are representing the people, then listen to people. What the people want? Julian Assange, freedom. Julian Assange, freedom. Free, free, Julian Assange.
Free, Julian Assange.
Free, 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 Julian Assange.
Free, Julian Assange.
Free, 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 Julian Assange.
Free, 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 Julian Assange. An ambulance is coming.
So what do you think of this decision then?
I didn't hear it. What's the decision? It's got to go back to...
It goes to Priti Patel and it's entirely in her purview.
Oh God. She frightens the life out of everybody. Well, there'd be so many people protesting down at the Home Office because of to do with Rwanda and all that. There should be a good crowd, so we'll all be looking in. What else can you do? Who do you represent?
Resistance GB. What?
It's a very right-wing group. A lot of people wouldn't work for them.
What?
GB Radio, is it?
No, Resistance GB.
Oh, thank God. I was getting mixed up with the other lot.
Oh, not GB News. No, we're the good GB. We started before them.
They stole your... Oh God, they're dreadful though. Sometimes I switch on by mistake. No, what do you think? You've got a good handle on it.
This is criminal. This is a theatre, it's not a court. It's clearly criminal at every stage along the way.
I've been with Julian Assange for the last 10 years. Down in, when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy. Then it was dreadful because nobody came out to back up, especially the press.
Challenge like some other people in academia.
What do you think of all of this then?
Horrible. This was never a trial, because in a normal trial, when the main witness is found to be lying, the case drops. The prosecution side has to drop the case, and the case has to start all over again, or the judge has to rule it as a mistrial. But because this is not a proper trial, and it's more a persecution of a journalist, this is what goes on. It's not a trial. It's all fake. It's all neoliberal fakery. They talk about values and this and that and the other, and in fact, they're just criminals.
What do you make of all of this then, this decision?
Well, what do I make of it? It's dreadful, and it indicates complete corruption of justice in the West. In this country, is being overseen by the United States. The corruption is, well, if they must put journalism in jail, then we can't even tell when a war is being fought that is entirely, it need never have happened in Ukraine if the West had not decided to admit Ukraine into NATO, we wouldn't be having a war. But on Julian Assange and WikiLeaks, if they were still working the way they used to, we would know a lot more about that war than we do currently. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. But I remember seeing you here a couple of years ago. Because I remember we talked. But I didn't sleep well last night because I just think this is horrific. You know, and they won't even let the public see what Julian looks like anymore because they've managed to create a picture of a rapist. If they brought a man who is old, you know, who is aged beyond his time and is ill, but clearly a gentle soul, it wouldn't wash so well, all of the propaganda against this man that...
well, they went after Craig Murray, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and they went after Craig Murray right at the get-go years ago. I think they called Craig Murray a paedophile when he was still an ambassador and taking on the... I'm losing my words, I'm so tired. What do you think, though? I'm rabbiting. What are you doing here?
Me? I'm showing the truth. But they don't like the truth, do they?
No.
And that's why we're all here.
But sometimes you're online now as well, aren't you?
Yeah, always online. Resistance GB.
I like... I mean, as long as we still have an internet, yeah.
Well, they're censoring that, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
You've seen about the online safety bill? The online harms bill. They want to control all the social media platforms.
When was that passed?
It was going through yesterday. It's still going through. There was a protest yesterday, and a Tory MP drove his car into a couple of the protesters.
Where was the protest taking place? Outside Parliament? Which
Square.
Tory MP was it?
Bob Blackman. About over 300 of them.
Do you know, it is frightening.
Excuse me, may I interrupt you? Does any one of you speak French?
No, I'm afraid not, sorry.
No? You, a little?
A little.
That's enough for me. I need to say free Assange in French. Where will I write it?
What we do? I'll bring this in
Yep. We've got about 200 people watching.
Have you got other folk who do it as well?
Well, it's two of us, but there are a bunch of other people also do it.
So, when that thing when Keir Starmer was coming out and someone asked a question about Assange, was that you?
Yes. Well, and it's a funny thing, they wanted to go on about Jimmy Savile and all that.
And you were getting stick from the supposed left media, oh, you're COVID, this. But it's asked the question.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with it?
I asked 3 questions.
Canary School, about workers, someone did put out a video. I thought, no, this is wrong.
Do you know what Channel 4 did? They said, live on air, right? 7 o'clock news that I had organised all of that. I didn't even know like the location of it till the night before, right? Because it was posted up on Telegram, right? I didn't organise it. They said that I organised it, that we were responsible, and they said, they didn't even do a request for comment. They didn't even do an internet search. Literally everywhere. Resistance GB independent journalism, right? Type it in, you'll find our website, you'll find all of our channels, right?
Collector-in-chief, so there's other folks who do it as well.
Yeah, two of us.
Can you get away with cops? Because cops are constantly trying to get my data. I was press pass, that's why I don't want the thing. But you can get away with saying William without any stress from them.
Well, this is a company ID. It's not their cartel pass, but it's important that they are a cartel.
Yes.
They are a cartel. The police have been used to take NUJ cards off of members.
What, actually physically remove it or get the NUJ to
physically take it? Yeah. Just because people happen to be also activists in their spare time. Me, I just go out and film.
Sure.
I'm not out here as an activist, right? These are all the activists here.
What's quite interesting is the auditors, you know, like, it would be nice if they turn up to the arms fairs and kind of think to the kids. When I went up there, that's section 43 immediately. And so to the state where the cops would come in, take a shot of so security arrangements on view. Well, that's on view. And cops would come in and ask questions. And the way I do it, if I don't respond, is, I mean, apart from those 5 TSG jumping on me, so on this arms fair is held every 2 years. It's on there's a bit you can actually see into the cops had all their cars and their vans, they had like multiple cars and a big marquee down in Docklands.
Why don't you email some of them and recommend it?
And make them
and recommend it to them.
I'm not on YouTube, I don't use it, so how do I catch them? I don't do Twitter, I don't do...
Well, what you can do is you can try and find some of the best auditor channels.
I do know some of them, and there's one guy called DJ Audits who flies a drone, who just turned up the Elbit Systems thing, but afterwards, not Elbit, but some associated company, and he turns up with some demo, so you think that someone's directing him to go to this.
Most people have got their emails attached to their YouTube channels, so if you go to the About section, most people you can email them. I mean, we get emails, we got our email everywhere publicly.
Sure, but I mean, it was more like the auditors who just have them around because they can give the cops enough aggro. It's beautiful to watch. A variety of approaches, all of them valid. You can be stroppy, you can be polite, don't matter, the cops have to deal with it.
Well, you heard it here first, first guys, this bloke is recommending the auditors go down to the arms fairs. I couldn't possibly comment.
Hey, Wilson.
How you doing? Oh, 3 hours sleep.
Why?
Oh, I was up last night, and then Laura was meant to be coming in my place, and then she was ill, so...
Oh, you're here. Good on you,
I've made it. I'm just about standing. What do you make of...
Sorry, mate.
What do you make of all of this?
I mean, it's obviously a total disgrace. You know, we all know that the whole legal process has been abuse after abuse after abuse, and his whole fate now rests with principally Priti Patel. But I think she'll just rubber stamp it. You know, we've already seen her behaviour, her whole attitude towards human rights and refugees and all sorts of things, and her sort of contempt for Julian Assange.
And also the police attacks on journalists that we've seen.
Absolutely, and the censoring that's going on at the moment is just... I mean, it leaves me without words. It leaves me speechless. But going back to your point, my biggest concern is that the defence lawyers very soon, I think after Priti Patel makes her decision, it then goes back to the defence lawyers to present or to make an application for leave to appeal the original decision. And that's something in any normal circumstances, there is so many reasons why that application should be accepted and it should go to appeal sometime later this year. But I think the High Court judges quite possibly will not grant leave to appeal. And if that happens, he'll be on a plane in the next couple of months, in my opinion, and it's extremely worrying.
So how important are the protests outside the Home Office that now seem to be happening?
Interestingly you say that. I think, I mean, as Stella said, the most important point at the moment is with Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, at the Home Office on Markham Street. I actually think we should relocate all of our protesting from Australia House, from Piccadilly Circus to the Home Office.
The Home Office, I was thinking the exact same thing. We need to start going out to the Home Office because that's where Priti Patel works.
Absolutely.
We need to make weekly or even daily reminder.
Well, you've got like 2 weeks, so
didn't she say 4? I think she said 4 weeks. Yeah, I think she said in the next month.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. But
no, it is. I think May 19th is when the Assange's defence have to present their submissions to appeal. By the way, that Nils Melzer book I mentioned earlier, it's called The Trial of Julian Assange. Anyone who's curious about this case should read it. It's very, very good.
And it's interesting you say that because I've heard, I haven't read it yet, I've actually got it in my rucksack because I'm over here from Spain for 2 weeks and I go to Brussels tomorrow. There's a big event.
Oh, that's why you've got a tan. You're darker than me. Bloody hell! What's going on here? Right? This is racism. You've done Justin Trudeau. You've done blackface.
No, don't say that. Oh, we don't like Trudeau. But yeah, and I actually go to Brussels tomorrow on the train on the Eurostar, and Jeremy Corbyn is going to be speaking in the Place de la Monnaie, right in the centre of Brussels on Saturday, where there's a concert that begins at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And there are lots of speakers, as well as Stella Morris, as well as Jeremy Corbyn. There's also the former Prime Minister of Iceland, whose name I can't pronounce, it's Ozgumor or something. But a really good man, a really good campaigner.
Are you going tomorrow?
I'm going tomorrow, yeah.
Would you be able to film it for us?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'll do whatever I can. Obviously, I've got responsibilities there. I think I might even have to speak once in one of the things. But I mean, I'll do what I can and just send it back to you, live stream it.
Yeah.
For you, yeah, it'd be an honour.
You've got my number, or I've got your number. I think I've got your number. You should be down as Jamie Assange.
How do you remember all the names of different people?
Yeah,
I don't. You're just lucky that you got in. Basically. 1 second, let me see if I've still got you because I lost most of my numbers. No, I don't think I have. Have you
Wilsie, let me take your number because I'm on a pay-as-you-go for this week, so I better ring you and then you go, oh, okay, that's... Yeah, I go tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Rightio, I'll type it in off of the...
Might be going to the
Oh, now? Oh, great, yeah, I'll be up for that.
Road trip!
How far is it from here?
Not quite sure. No, I've got, let me just have a look, because I think I've got you, Wilson. I mean, I know I've got you, because you and I, we've spoken, haven't we?
These guys
Yes, that is my number.
Okay, now what I'll do is I'll call you.
I've got someone right now. Have you got?
Oh, there should be 7. You've got 4.
And so what would we do? We would sort of connect sometime later in the day and you give me some stuff or in the morning you give me some equipment or I just do it on my phone?
Yeah, you can just do it on your phone.
Okay.
I mean, it should be pretty simple. Do you have a rig or anything?
Nothing.
You're going tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean...
Think about it. Think about it and call me. I'm very willing to do it.
Have you got data?
Obviously, I mean, I can buy a SIM when I get there. can get a load of data, sort of pay as you go and just pay 20, 30, 40 quid to get a good quantity so that it's possible. My only slight concern is I'll have quite a lot of responsibilities while I'm there.
You could just record then.
Yeah.
You just record some of the speeches. If you can get in nice and close, get a good shot.
I can do that.
Yeah, you can record. I can always give you this if you want. It helps stabilise it. I can give you this. You come into Home Office.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Right, I need to grab a few more interviews.
Yeah, cool.
I've got your number now.
Okay.
I'll sort it out.
Nice one, Wilson.
Yeah, madam.
Hey man.
Hey, long time no see. How's it going?
Not too bad. Can I ask what do you make of this decision, if that's okay?
Well, I mean the judge. Okay, that is you, yeah.
Mira, yes.
Mira, okay. I wasn't 100% sure because I only seen you once. I was like, I'm gonna go and ask her if she's Mira.
Yeah, sorry, am I interrupting?
Okay, just 1 second. So, well, the judge, as he pointed out in court, said he had no choice but to do what the High Court has ordered, which is to send the case now to the Home Secretary for her to make the decision. The defense have 4 weeks from today to file submissions to the Home Secretary to argue why she should not authorize extradition of Julian Assange. But thereafter, there's still potential appeals. There's an appeal of the High Court's decision to say that, to accept the U.S. government's assurances that Julian Assange will not be subjected to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment unless he says or does something that justifies it. They can still appeal that to the European Court of Human Rights, and they can also still have a whole host of cross appeals on all the matters they had originally lost on at the Magistrates Court. If people recall, that's matters about freedom of the press, freedom of speech, the argument that it's a politically motivated prosecution in the first place, or that the charges themselves are political offenses, espionage, which are exempt under the US-UK extradition treaty. So there's still, I think the next 9 months are going to be quite crucial in terms of these two potential avenues of appeal in this case.
And a lot of people are worried about the amount of time that's going to take.
Well, on a certain level, more time allows political pressure to build up to be placed on members of parliament, if people choose to do that, and they should, if they are concerned about this case, so that parliament can then place pressure on Boris Johnson or whoever the prime minister is at the time. Because at the end of the day, this is as much a political prosecution and case as it is a legal one. The U.S. government can at any time decide they want to withdraw the extradition request, and that is a political decision. So more time allows a groundswell of support to build up. But unfortunately, anyone who thinks there's going to be lots of time, they might find themselves being wrong. As Stella herself has pointed out previously, there was COVID before, which meant everything was moving at a slower pace. Now that, we still have COVID, but now that the regulations have been lifted, things are moving much quicker. So whereas people thought that this could go on for another 2 to 3 years, we could see many of these appeals being exhausted within the next 12 months. By law now, you have to file an appeal to the European Court of Human Rights within 4 months of the decision you're appealing. That was changed from 6 months. So they're even reducing the amount of time you have to appeal to the European Court.
And so, speaking of political pressure, do you feel buoyed by people saying that they're going to camp outside the Home Office now?
Well, I don't know how much people camping outside the Home Office would do to pressure the Home Secretary. I don't know to what extent she considers those people her constituency. I think people within the constituencies of various MPs, especially Tory MPs, since they're the governing party, but other MPs as well, pressuring their own members of Parliament to then pressure the executive can have an effect. Because if it becomes enough of a political hot button issue for the governing party, the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, eventually behind the scenes you can imagine Boris Johnson or whoever the PM is at the time going to the US President saying, okay, you've had your pound of flesh. He's been punished, over the last few years, being kept at Belmarsh. This is becoming a political issue for me. Why don't you now back off? That's part of the special relationship. They can ask each other for favors. But he won't do that unless he feels pressure, and that pressure primarily, although not exclusively, needs to come not only from the press, but also from his own political party.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
And is there anything else you wanted to say?
No, other than the fact that this case implicates all of us. Can you imagine if I or you were to publish something revealing alleged crimes against humanity perpetrated by the Chinese government in China, and your source was in China, and then the Chinese government files an extradition request for you to have to go to China to face prosecution there, facing up to 170 years in prison?
I mean, I know I'm currently being framed by the British government, so...
But what I'm saying is for the average viewer who might watch this video, that's how they should see it. He's not a U.S. citizen. He's not based in the United States. He's a publisher who is outside the U.S. who's being sought for his news publications, and that sets the precedent that countries can seek to prosecute for espionage any journalist anywhere in the world that publishes information that they don't like. We used to call that investigative journalism. Now they're calling it espionage.
Sure. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. So long as it still says what it is I'm saying it says, and not reversing.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not the MSM.
Just side road.
So what do you make of this decision then?
Well, it's outrageous, isn't it? I mean, the whole show, the whole thing is just a show trial, There's no justice here, there's nothing of any judicial foundation that can be upheld, that can warrant what they're doing to this guy, His average detention and persecution this last 10 years is, it's a crime in itself. There's no justification for doing it. They've been told by the United Nations Working Group that it's arbitrary detention. They've been told to release them, compensate them even, and yet they continue with their charades, And there's, it's no, as I say, there's no law. I mean, it's an abuse of the law that they're using to detain him. And this proposed extradition is a sham. It's obviously a political case, and there's a clause in the treaty that bans extradition on political grounds. So what we need is public opinion. The judiciary are getting away with breaking their own laws, and unless enough people stand up and speak out, they're going to get away with it. That is honestly the only thing that's going to change it now, is public opinion. The legal arguments are all for Assange. There's no truly impartial arbitrator could look at that case and fail to find in favour of Julian Assange. But they will, if they think they can get away with it. And that's what I mean. We need to put the spotlight on this case, get public opinion out there, and make them see the absolute abuse of the judicial process that's taking place here.
Thank you.
I don't know who's from the old days. It's me and Clara and Emmy and the Embassy. I don't know who else is. I mean, Wendy when she's here.
You got all the new guys. You got the new crowd.
That's what we're saying. We've got loads of new faces. Wendy, if she comes back, I think that might be it.
Can I ask what you think of the decision?
Yeah, sure.
What do you think about it then, the decision?
Well, today is basically a formality. We are 99% sure that Mrs. Priti Patel will approve the extradition of Julian Assange. And basically, the British establishment, the British government will never oppose to the United States, especially in a context of a war going on, when we are talking about the man who most humiliated the transatlantic military coalition. So, fortunately, not all the domestic resources here have been exhausted, and the fight continues. Let's hope that sooner than later we end with this and Julian will be free. That's my hope.
And what can you tell me about your history with Julian?
My history with Julian is very long because it predates his entrance to the embassy. And then I was there for 6 years during his stay.
And you're friends with him?
As Ecuadorian diplomat. Yes, Julian is my good friend. And I know firsthand how difficult was his stay at the embassy, logistically. And I know firsthand that he was truly protected during the first 5 years. But then he was sadly abandoned by the new Ecuadorian government, and the embassy became prison for him. So I'm totally committed to support his fight for his freedom.
And what can you tell me of how he's like as a person?
Julian is an extraordinary person. He's unique. He's the most principled man I know, very committed, workaholic, basically. He lives for his fight, for his causes, for his work, and I think it's an example for every one of us to follow. Yes. Thank you.
Have you spoken to him?
There you go, from the mouth of a friend of Julian Assange.
I don't know. How is the plan? How many people are doing what they're doing? We'll be there. Let's go to see Alex.
Oh man, 3 hours, I don't know how you do that. Oh my god, my back.
I'm definitely curious how you
There's a protest, you know, there's
Home Office. How's everyone getting to Home Office? How's everyone getting to the Home Office?
I think they're taking the bus.
We're going to the Home Office.
I can give you a lift if you want on my bike.
It would be really nice, but I'm sure that I would die.
I'm sure that you wouldn't, but suit yourself.
No, not by your driving, but by, you need to lean the right way when someone's on a bike.
Yeah, so as long as you've got your hands on my shoulders and I have a feeling of where your weight is, as long as there's a contact with my shoulders and you're not just like doing this, then I'll be able to compensate. But I've had loads of different people on there, some that are awful and make it difficult, but it's still nobody's died, and some make it easy because they're intelligent and they're able to follow directions. But it's up to you, man.
How far is it?
Not far. It's, how do you describe it? I'm trying to conceptualize where it is, but it's not far. It's Marsham Street. It's like Westminster, sort of, more or less.
Not too far from here, though.
Always good to see you, sir.
You going to the Home Office? I might help with these lot, but thank you so much.
That's
I don't want to be killed by a bus.
The bus started.
How you doing? You good?
Oh.
I've got one fan because of you. I got one fan because of you.
You got a fan?
One. Yeah.
Someone saw that interview.
Someone saw that interview.
What did they say then?
Well, I thought it was good. It was good luck. It's good. I don't know. I can't remember what I was talking about. What did we talk about?
About Assange, everything that was going on. It was outside the Australian embassy.
Oh, that one. Yeah. No.
Was it a different one?
She mentioned the wedding.
Oh.
The Wednesday. Yeah. Another way. You're happy now, yeah?
That security guard was not looking happy.
You weren't happy at all. Yeah. You shouldn't take it personally. It's not against him personally, is it? It just sucks to be security guard.
Of this evil institution across the road.
Did you see Mario? Well,
Serves him right for working for him.
Mario probably kicked him, that's why.
Huh?
Mario earlier kicked a few security guards.
Yeah, but your security guard.
I thought it said to the Home Office.
I don't know. Well, I think we might be going underground. So, guys, we may be kicking this off in a second because I think we might be going underground. So, we cannot broadcast from underground, I'm afraid. I would like to, but we can't.
This live stream broadcast from Resistance GB is coming to you from underground. If you're hearing this message, you are the Resistance. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
The background news often adds to it. Nick the Green.
Oh man, it is a lovely day, but I'm flagging. Oh! Jesus Christ! You're dressed aptly. Dressed as a Grim Reaper.
He's dead already, and he nearly ran him over. It's tough on the front line of honesty, decency, and justice, you know. Yeah. Oh dear.
Did you bring any chains?
Any? Oh, I've got stuff underneath. Yeah.
No, chains to put around your hands and.
Oh no, that's normally somebody else does that.
Okay, yeah.
Underneath, he's dressed as the Easter Bunny.
I said Easter Bunny.
I'm Darth Vader, really. I take it you're live. Yeah.
This is great content.
Oh, it's great. I love it. It's actually, it really documents what happens. It's, you know, the rawness, the honest, ordinary, decent people.
Yeah, you see people coming in, you see people going out, you see people waiting around and waiting for the decision, and you see the nerves and the tension. And
I mean, your footage of Stella's wedding was really moving.
I want to do something else.
Hang on, the bus up to the left.
Oh, we're taking a bus.
453. Yeah, 453.
Good. We can stay live.
Yeah.
Alright guys, it looks like we might be staying live. I'll need to get some power into this, but if I can hook up the phone to a little bit of juice, then we can go to the Home Office.
Oh, that's a great number there.
There I am.
Oh, no, that wasn't mine.
It's the carrying around of all of this kit in the bag. It's all batteries, batteries, and more batteries, and they're just hunks of metal.
Nice to see you. So, how have you been sort of
So it looks like this is the Home Office posse. Right. I need to. Oh, may I? Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Objection! Objection! Objection to this man walking around without a wig.
Yeah, I know. He said, I'm guilty of being a bit bold on top. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Send him down, send him down.
Guilty is charged.
That's why he's a man.
He disagreed with the government. Very dangerous thing to do these days.
Well, yeah, one wonders where it's going to go, doesn't it? But we had a few people turn up, didn't we? You know, I think that's good. And then we got, and it's not banned for a weekday, so. But it goes on so long. You never, you know, we've managed to draw this process out so long. It really is a sort of effort of stamina, really, for all the campaigners to carry on. I think that's part of the plan, really. It's just make it almost impossible to turn up and protest about it just by dragging it out so long.
What do you think of the decision today?
Well, I'm not surprised by it, but I mean, obviously, since there's no grounds to charge Julian Assange, and the whole process is basically a fiasco, you know. It's just a show trial. It's just a step in a show trial. It's it doesn't really matter what they say. You know, it's just no credibility. That's it. So I don't know. I hope we'll see justice for Julian Assange, but it's taking a long time, you know. And there's not much you can do, you know.
Camp outside the Home Office?
Well, people have done that, haven't they? We had people like Brian Hall who he camped outside Parliament. I was there when he was evicted, and I mean, he did a good job. He raised awareness about, you know, the illegal wars going on, but they just moved in and evicted. They were really brutal as well when they evicted him. And, we just need to wake some people up. I'm sure you're probably doing a good job with this, waking a few people up.
Or if we weren't getting shadow bans, and they've taken down our PayPal as well, so we can't get any. Well, we can get some donations, but it's difficult.
I think the only thing you can do is get a group of people together and put up your own media server, and then of course there'll be efforts to close it down. You know, you'll probably be saying that you're I don't know, foreign agents or something, who knows. But I think social media now is so controlled, and it's a bit gullible if they rely on it, to be honest.
Yeah, but the problem is that everyone wants everything in one place.
Yeah, convenience. It's so convenient if you just have to go onto YouTube. Fortunately, if you just rely on YouTube and things that can be shadow banned, then you're going to have a very distorted picture. It's getting rapidly more distorted as more and more people are getting thrown off. Even people like Scott Ritter, I think, who's used to be the UN weapons inspector in Iraq, and then he questioned, there's a minor question about some of the narrative in Ukraine, and he's thrown straight off Twitter, you know, and probably off YouTube as well, I don't know, and so you can't hear his opinion. So, you know, that's, if you rely on it's corporate-run social media, you're really only getting half of the pitch, right? So if you're trying to put independent media up, doing your best to find channels that will air it, you're doing a good job.
So are you on Odyssey then?
I'm not. I only have a very small internet presence, mainly on environmental matters locally, really. I work as well. I just don't have the capacity to try and fight social media, so I'm just not part of social media at all. What I tend to do is I can't actually go to somewhere physically and hand people a leaflet because I can understand the mechanism. Although I have got a background in computer science, I know it's really difficult to understand all the subtleties.
Human.
Yeah.
You don't get the body language.
Say again?
You don't get the body language.
No, you don't get a body language, and it's an impenetrably complex process with all the algorithms. So if you put media up, someone searches for it, it might not show up, and maybe because some keywords in it.
Odyssey is quite good for that because it's more. If you look at it, it's all decentralised. You know Majid Nawaz? He's going exclusively to Odyssey, and it's our main platform because obviously we're getting censored all around on YouTube.
Decentralisation's a really good idea. Things that share peer-to-peer so they don't actually have a centre, and also a very wise move to avoid censorship, because if no one can pin down the core of a platform and it's shared evenly in society on different people's computers, then that would be quite difficult to shut down, and that's a good idea. Having it all owned, even if they've got the best will in the world, if you have a server somewhere in the States or the UK, and then you've got someone that says something that the state think is controversial, they'll say, well, we want you to censor it or we're going to take the whole lot down, and it'd be very difficult to resist that pressure, whereas if it in a distributed system, that's going to, that's safe.
Exactly.
So,
that's why I really back it. I want to ask you, I spoke to Jeremy Corbyn and I asked him about the complicity of Keir Starmer in all of it. And he said we're not talking about that today or something to that effect.
No. Well, I guess he wants to remain in the Labour Party, I expect, and try and change things from the inside. And I used to be in the Labour Party and have a lot of friends in the Labour Party, and I said, well, I should stay in the Labour Party and try and change it from within. But my feeling is that it's too broken to fix. I think really Chris Williamson, I think, started to acknowledge that, and he was talking about sorting out an alternative, people actually coming up with an alternative party. And I think it's just been too taken over by the right wing, the Labour Party, sort of Blairites. The amount of effort to try and recover it and turn it into something that represents working class people, something that represents social justice again, it's just too big a job. I don't think it's realistic. Jeremy Corbyn's great because he has this optimism, you see. I didn't think he'd get into the leadership, get into position in the Labour Party.
Then he got into leadership, and what did he do? He was meant to be this great outsider, and then he goes in and he just conforms.
He totally flipped, but he frightened the establishment, though.
Yeah, he frightened them, and then he complied with them. He bent the knee. He could have made Julian Assange a central platform of the Labour Party. He could have actually looked at what was happening to the working class.
Fair point. He was a disappointment. I thought he should have stood up much stronger for the side of politics that he supports. And
he says he supports. Is it just posturing? It's like he's come out of power and suddenly starts saying a load of things that make sense. It was very sort of anti-war, anti-EU and all these big corporations, pro-Brexit, and you might say even sort of pro-free speech and whistleblowers. And he gets in, and all the stuff that I'm interested in from his platform, disappeared. I mean, I never liked the guy, I never supported the guy, but it was one of those things where I thought, oh, well, maybe there'll be some, silver linings. Even though I don't like him, there are some things which he supports, or at least he seems to support, that you go, oh, okay, well, you've got a crossover there. Nah, all of those things, everything that I'd possibly be interested in from him,
pushed to the back of the queue.
Absolutely zero. And now that he's got zero power, basically, he's got the remnants of his personality cult.
He's back
now he's back
on message.
He's back on saying sensible things.
I don't think that means he's a fake in any way. I think what that means is he's just hopelessly naive about political compromise. That's why I've got Jeremy Corbyn, and I just cringed as the whole slander process went on against the left wing of the Labour Party, and he just buckled at every stage. I could just cover my eyes and go, oh, Jeremy, what are you doing? But I think he really thought there would be kind of a sort of system of justice within the Labour Party, and he could compromise with some of his ideals to get some of the things he believed through, and he was just a bit of a naive idiot, But
or maybe he has a testicularis foccatus.
What is a shrinking doodads, I suppose.
Vacant bollocks.
It has been a disappointment, but not just Jeremy Corbyn, though, to be fair. I mean, it's like saying the whole sort of attempt of the traditional left to take back the Labour Party was only a project of Jeremy Corbyn's. Where were the rest of them? There was. I mean, I know a lot of them just got cleansed. You have people like Jackie Walker and Chris Williamson just got thrown out. Tony Greenstein, who I used to campaign with.
Who's the guy? Is it Alan Duncan, the one who was a postman? They were saying that he could be leader of the Labour Party, and he was like, nah. I thought he seemed like marginally more interesting than just about all of the rest of them, being as he seemed to have been a real person at some point.
I knew it would all gone horribly wrong, where every single candidate for last Labour leadership had to declare that they were completely supporting Zionism. Now, I want to be clear that it's very important that Jewish people are treated fairly, have equal rights, what have you. But Zionism isn't that. Zionism is the idea of them being in a position where they have rights above the Palestinian people's rights, which isn't fair. That's not going to lead to peace in the Middle East, Palestine and Israel. And then every single person who stood for the Labour leadership said they unreservedly supported Zionism, and it's inherently a form of racism, and that's coming from the Labour Party with a tradition of non-racism.
Really? I remember a lot of the unions being very unhappy with migrants coming over in the Windrush generation. I think there's
maybe the
Oswald Mosley,
but he wasn't Labour, was he?
He was in the cabinet.
Yeah, but was he Labour?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realise he was Labour.
Yeah, Oswald Mosley, British Union of Fascists, came out of the Labour Party. They called it National Socialism.
That's a little bit of history I'm not aware of. Oh, I know about Mosley, but I didn't realise he came. Socialism is interesting. It's an interesting litmus test that you should always have when you look at socialism. There's socialism where you have rights that apply to everyone, and equal rights and deals and support for everyone in society. Now that I completely agree with.
but the problem is National Socialism, then some people have more rights than others, and that's when you know you're in trouble.
Is that socialism? I mean, look, I'm not.
No, it's not. When it's their form of socialism.
But it is. Are either of those definitions socialism? Because I'm not a socialist. I'm a liberal.
And that's okay, but I mean, I'm not. So I'm not. That's a different ideology.
I do see socialism as like, you know, they're hiding in the sort of sheep's clothing of liberalism, but it's a wolf, you know, because it wants big government. It wants government to government control this, government control that, and people, when they get power, they're going to be corrupt. Like, power
that's
corrupts.
a very good point.
And that's why socialism is bad, because it's like you're giving people power that's going to corrupt them. They're going to go and misuse it. It's going to attract the worst people possible, right? Every time the shite rises to the top.
These are all good points.
So socialism, I'm sorry, just no.
But in a big industrial country like the UK, if you want to have something like healthcare, for instance, it just makes sense to have a system where you pay a little bit of money, and it has to be well organised, and keeping it free of corruption is very difficult, I admit. But I wouldn't want to be without a national health service.
Can I opt out?
Well, it's like public schools. I mean,
can I opt out? I can opt out of that.
You don't have to go to the public health service. You can get health service, but if everyone chips in a little bit towards it,
that's fine.
Then that makes sure that everyone's got access to healthcare.
Liberalism. I'm happy for you guys. You all opt in, and that's fine, and you do your thing. I just want to opt out and not have to pay for it, and I will do my own thing. And if I die, I die. That's my choice.
What happens if you find yourself out of work and you don't, and you have
then it will
like
be
a
my
tooth
fault.
abscess?
It'll be my fault, and no one's using violence against me, and I can't blame anyone else.
I think if you have a tooth abscess, and you're in a society, a developed society, we should say, well, look, we're going to treat it. So I still say, if you want it, you go, oh look, I've messed up. I thought it was good to opt out. It was a mistake, and we go, yeah, you've made a mistake, but we're a caring, compassionate society, so we're going to give you a little tooth operation. You deep canal work, and then you'll be comfortable.
You guys can do that. You can have your system. You can have charity in addition to your system for all the people who get sick and they need help and they opted out. I will opt out, and I will not rely on your charity.
So you've got a fair position. You've got a fair, but it's a very important distinction for me within socialism. Is this thing that if you're a socialist and what you want applies to everyone, irrespective of their background or what have you, maybe even if they've come from a poor background and they've been to prison and they come out and they need medical care, or if whatever the situation is, should apply to everyone. And people that say, oh well, actually our sort of socialism, we collect money from everyone and actually but we'll have the lion's share of the deal. If you're white, British or something, then we'll have a better deal for us. If you're an immigrant that's come and worked in another country looking after elderly people on the NHS, we're going to put you to the back of the queue. That's quite a different thing for me. So it's not dismissing your idea about liberal ideas, but from socialist ideas, from my point of view, if people start talking, I can see how social nationalism, the Jewish Labour Party, I believe, is similar, because they did things where they wanted to ensure only Jewish people could get employment, you see. Now that's sort of socialism, but it's not universally applied to people who are Arab. And that's not right, you see. So it's just, for me, I can only support forms of socialist, but it's got to be equally to everyone.
If these people want to have their own little club and they want to hire who they want to hire, then let them, but it's going to cost them money, right? Like, racism costs money. It's quite expensive, right? If I'm running a business and I let any race join, right? And you're running a business and you only let one race join, Well, I'll get the top people of all of the races, right, except the one we're competing on, and then we split that 50-50, whereas you have to take all of the chaff of the one race that you're going for. So racism is very expensive. But in the US...
That's all right until you have the far right come in, and then they go round to the businesses that aren't racist, and they go and beat up the owner and say we're going to kidnap your family unless you take on our policy.
When have libertarians gone round beating up business owners?
I know, I'm not saying you're going to do that, you know. I see your ideas to let people do what they want, but you've got to be very careful. You do, although I'm generally anti-authoritarian.
Generally anti...
But you do...
How can you have to be generally anti-authoritarian?
But you do need to do something.
Every now and then, just slip in a cheeky bit of, iron fist.
If someone comes up with a right-wing armed militia, you have to have some way to put it back in its box.
Whoa, what's wrong with having an armed...
suggesting that.
I want an armed militia. I want to be part of an armed militia and just go out and train with weapons and not kill anyone.
This comes to the core point with your criticism of socialism. I thought was very good, and you had some real critical points. Now, my criticism of libertarianism is also probably fair, although I've got a lot of sympathies for it.
I'm not a libertarian, I'm a liberal, by the way, but we're close by. We're neighbours.
Yeah. And the problem you have, you see, if you let anyone do what they want, and you say, well,
so long as they're not harming anyone else,
we'll let market forces decide it all, then what you end up is one big monopoly that decides everything, you know.
Name me a monopoly that hasn't been created in some way by government. One.
I don't know, Google.
Got support from the government.
Got support from it, but I don't think it's directly, it was never been, or Facebook.
Did that have support from the government?
It's got support.
Oh,
It's not
Facebook receives government funding. So basically, governments advertise on Google and they also advertise on Facebook as well, right? I believe it should be in our constitution that the government cannot advertise on any platform or anything like that that doesn't adhere to free speech, which is First Amendment in the US or just like general common law over here. If they don't adhere to free speech, then the government is funding them by patronising them. You know that we have certain regulations or rules or diktats that say, okay, the government shouldn't be discriminating. I consider that to be a form of discrimination if the government is actively spending its money on a business which is then discriminating against people. Because what you get is this entrenchment.
So you're talking about a form of authority there, because if you've got a rule, that is someone has to enforce it.
A rule against the government itself. And I want to enforce it with my fucking militia, right? Me and my militia boys, right? We're going to be sitting there, not worried about anyone else, just sitting there looking at Priti Patel, being like, "What you doing? What you doing? You kidnapping journalists?" Right?
I know where. So your militia might be alright if it wants to, as long as it just
self-defense.
Peacefully
Self-defense.
Priti Patel, and maybe she could do a little bit of prison time for some of the legal things she's done until she says that, admits that she was in the wrong and won't ever do it again. But then your militia, that's one thing. But if everyone can have an armed militia,
they can.
And you might get some very dodgy ones.
Anyone can punch anyone else in the face. But if you punch someone in the face, be prepared to get punched back. So, look, anyone drives a car, like you've seen literally a handful of terrorists have ploughed their car into people. Right? In the whole country, 70 million, fewer than 7 people. So that's not even 1 in 10 million people are that nuts to plough their car into another person. Anyone can go around, commit mass murder anytime. But there are consequences to doing that.
Now, I've mixed feelings about people and weapons, but on the other hand, there's a colleague of mine who was Swiss, and they've got quite a different culture from the United States. In Switzerland,
well, it depends where in the United States, because New Hampshire's pretty good.
True, yeah. But in Switzerland, everyone's expected to train to be able to defend a nation, and then they're expected to have arms that they can take up if there's, someone tries to take over the country.
That's our tradition. That's our tradition. The feared, the Anglo-Saxon feared.
Yeah, and it's very unusual for them to do anything. One of the reasons you might not want to have access to weapons is like most people have some sort of mental health outage in their lifetime. They just lose the plot. And then perhaps it's better not to have weapons around when that happens. But it doesn't happen much. It doesn't happen much in Switzerland.
Do we take cars away from people who are nuts? Because anyone at any point.
I think cars are nuts actually, and I don't really think they're the right way forward. There's a lot of pollution. They kill school children. So I think that whether or not people are nuts, maybe we should just take cars away.
But taking that out of the equation, any nutter can mow down a crowd with a car at any point, and it never happens. It never happens.
Well, occasionally. Well, the thing is, it usually happens by accident. They think they own the streets and cities. They drive too fast. Little kid goes to school. Under the car they go.
Exactly.
Then it puts all the other kids off.
Which is why our marketing campaign for the right to bear arms should be guns safer than cars.
Yeah, probably they kill less people. Yeah. But then I am walking a cyclist campaigner as well. But I don't think we should start a militia against car drivers. So I think we should win those hearts.
No, it's not a militia against anything. It's always a militia in defence of something.
But the other day we were putting on an outdoor cinema event and moving everything there with cargo bikes, and I did have the screen rolled up, and it was on the side of it'll come back to me. It was this wonderful cargo bike, and it was a bit like a kind of James Bond Stinger missile, and I did sort of slightly fantasise about people who drove without getting real up room. There could be a little button on the handlebar, maybe not cause them any real physical injury, but just maybe scuff the paint and give them a bit of a scare. Anyway, we've gone a bit off topic there.
Well, one thing that you've got to remember, right, is as much as you dislike something, I always think the man who passes the sentence should be the man to swing the sword, right?
Yeah.
Or would you enforce personally anything that you want to happen, right? So if you say that you don't want people having guns, then you basically have to go up to me if I had a gun, right? Not harming anyone else, just like walking around, filming stuff, right? Having my personal firearm or whatnot if I had a gun, right? Never harming anyone. You would have to come up to me, grab me, throw me in a van, drive me round to some building, put me in a small room, and give me food and water 3 times a day for the next 15 years. Now, would you be prepared to do that? Because
from experience, I have experience of what happens with it, because it's not something I feel so strongly about it actually that it just happens by almost automatically. Now I live in Chichester, which is a little city down on the south coast, lovely place. Almost never any violence unless someone has a mental health disorder, someone doesn't pick up. And I was walking down the high street and there was 3 policemen with these semi-automatic weapons. And I couldn't help it. I just had to tell them off. I went, you shouldn't have it in a public space. It's just, you can have an accident with it. You might have a mental health issue. Somebody else might have it.
I think they definitely have a mental health issue if they're in the police.
I don't want them in the street. Why bring it into the high street? There's no need for it. I think if you bring a weapon and you wander around with it like this, it's somewhere where there aren't weapons, you're making it's a very hostile gesture.
I do not mind if someone wants to literally walk down. I'm in favour of Texas's open sword carry. I want people swaggering down the street, leaning on a sword, right? And I think that's great, because why not? Look, the minute that someone harms someone else, then we need a proper court system where they're actually prosecuted and there are consequences. And I think so long as you've got a perfectly good court system, then you stop having this, state indoctrination of children. So you people raise their own kids, okay, or they have someone in their family or in their community, their neighbours or something, raise their own kids, or they just privately set up their own schools without all of these bullshit regulations. Because the thing is, right, all of these regulations anyway, they say, oh, we're protecting kids. No, they're not, right? And even more, they don't even enforce them. You look at some of these these Jewish schools that go on, they're not, they don't even enforce them. They only enforce them against people who are honest and upfront and don't live in a closed-gated, tiny insular community. If you live like that, which is where kids might actually be at risk of anything, they're not going to fucking do anything. The only time they'll do something is if you happen to be just a normal person. Like, you know what, I want my kids out of the system, I'm setting up a school here, we're going to take in kids, and you make it public, and they'll go, oh, I can go for you because you're not part of any community.
Well, you do have, what I am concerned about is the prevent system within schools. And I feel that's had a really chilling effect on
you say prevent, you say prevent, other people say accelerate.
yeah. I mean, one of the most important ways to come to a peaceful understanding is for people to discuss stuff. And if you start making it so that you outlaw people discussing what they believe, whether or not you agree with it or not, then what you do is you drive it underground, and you lose credibility. The way to deal with people with the wrong attitude, people who want to discriminate and what have you,
is to talk with them.
Is to talk to them and discuss what their fears are, and then So
have you ever debated a Nazi?
Yes.
It's so much fun, isn't it?
My stepdaughter, who's Chinese, we went to a hustings with a sort of neo-Nazi chap, and then in the end she sort of felt sorry for him. Said something a bit, and it was because he didn't. It was weird. He did have this thing that sort of like, well, Britain shouldn't get involved in foreign wars like Iraq, and I'm like, well, I agree with that. There's a lot of I really disagree with the sort of sophistry that you get in party politics, where if someone says something that's right, even though Donald Trump used to say the odd thing that was right, he wanted to finish foreign wars and things, he didn't actually do it. It would be nice if he did.
Well, he's the only US president for how many years not to start a war?
Yeah. Which I suppose hats off to him for that.
I mean, it's not good, but it's neutral.
Yeah. So and I'm not sure if Hillary Clinton had been elected, the same thing would have happened. She was pretty keen on dropping bombs on people.
Yeah, under Obama. Oh wait, that was a children's birthday party.
And she was bearing a weapon. I'd be trembling at the knees.
No, let her have her gun, and let me have my gun, and we're let's see how well she does going and murdering children when she doesn't have the government to do it for her, and she has to go down. She has to fly out to Iraq on her own, parachuting out of a plane.
I think it would be much better to negotiate people having less weapons. Perhaps there is a place for weapons under certain circumstances. I'm a bit of a pacifist.
Would you put
nuclear weapons? If you had the nuclear button, should you have a nuclear bomb?
Weapons of mass destruction are something quite different because they destroy the human habitation, so they're like literal permanent damage to the entire ecosphere, and they can wipe out the human race. So there is an exception for those.
Your militia might have a little.
My militia militia will
but not all
have.
militias might see it the same
My
way.
militia is not intending to have nukes at any point. I don't actually have a militia, by the way, just for the Met Police who are watching. It's a hypothetical militia. I don't actually have a militia. I just want to have a militia.
Yeah, you're only on with a camera.
Yeah.
This is a.
And they'll be like, shit,
this is
he's.
a weapon. Yeah.
What's that, Gavin? He's planning to have a militia. It's like, no, I would like a militia. I would also
That
like.
stood up for good things.
Yeah, I would like to have a militia. I'm not building one.
Kind
Okay.
of like a righteous army, like you might have in a nation state that was.
Well, no, because the thing is, like, an army is permanent. Like a militia, it's just people in your community. Everyone's armed. They've got their guns in their home, and if there's something really dangerous going on, you phone up each other and you get together and you say, okay, what's going on here? How do we stop it, right? So imagine there's been a bunch of rapes in your area, okay? What you do, you phone each other up and you can just patrol up and down the street where the rapes are happening and keep an eye out, and if you patrol in pairs and whatnot. I think that's a really good culture. The idea that, oh, something goes wrong, right, let's tell the government to fix it. The government doesn't fix it, right? Okay, and you can spend all day bashing your head against a brick wall trying to get the government to fix it. How about you try to fix it yourself? Like, people sit there complaining about the BBC, and I do, but then I go out and I present the alternative to the BBC.
Rather than just shouting at the telly.
Yeah, I will bash my head literally against this wall, but only 50% of the time. The other thing,
completely in line with everything. I mean, I do share a lot of sympathies with some of the ideas you have. I mean, I'm not sure that I'd call them malicious. It's a bit of a loaded word.
Will you lock me in your back bedroom if I happen to purchase a gun and just have a shooting club with my friend, which is a militia? Would you initiate violence against a person who hadn't harmed anyone else? That's the question.
No, but as I said, with the local police who are wandering up and down with a semi-automatic weapon,
yeah,
on
you
High
come and
Street,
have a word with me.
I might come and discuss it,
and that would be fine. I support you having a debate.
A whole load of people doing it, and it would just be too much of an involvement. And you go, do you know what? I'm not going to walk down the shop with this anymore because it doesn't seem to be accepted. You know.
Well, do you know what?
That's the better way of doing it.
If you were happy to stand up for my right to bear arms, but then get on my nerves for bearing arms, then we could have a pint.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we've got a deal. Guys, we have the socialists have now come round to our way of thinking, and they have accepted our right to bear arms, so long as we accept their right to use their free speech and get on our nerves for bearing arms.
Okay, but what I would say, your idea with law and order and things being decided more locally, that seems like I'd like things like education to be decided locally again, because it was moved out from local area authorities.
What do you mean by locally?
Well, I like it really local. As you're saying, it should. See, I'm a bit doubtful about people's ability to effectively doing homeschooling on their own. I think it's something you could share between a group of people, so you add different skills.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe you should do it on your own. I think it takes a village to raise a child, and the best way to do it, like, look.
So maybe the village. Size, I think it's too big.
No,
but when
you're using
organised, I'm sure it's got too big, and so
even the county is still a level of the state. It's geographical area.
Doesn't have to be. I think West Sussex should be independent myself. I think we should declare ourselves an independent kingdom.
The West Sussex Independence Movement.
Yeah.
Are you the king of West Sussex?
Do come from a line of kings and queens.
Which line?
It's not because we had a big kingdom.
Is it Vlad the Impaler?
No, it was the Cornish. And then what they do is they just have their own family, and they say, well, I don't accept anyone else's jurisdiction. This is my,
your kingdom.
I'm sovereign. My kingdom. I'm sovereign of it. And
what is direct democracy?
Well, everyone
and Jamie, we all decide we're going to set up a school. We set up a school. Okay, if people want to use it, they use it. If they don't want it, they don't want it. And they set up their own school, or they choose a state school, or whatever they want to choose. That is democracy. Why is it everyone thinks democracy is about voting?
No, I don't. That's more or less what I was saying.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work to say, oh, I want a water supply. And think, wow, we've got negotiations. So you've got to go round to everyone that lives in your community and say that we're planning to do this. Then there's always someone awkward who's got a completely different idea.
Yeah,
then you have to talk about it for days and days and days, and stuff doesn't get done. But that's better. That's better than having authority from, you know,
but the thing is,
bearing down on you from above. But you have to invest a lot of time in making it work.
There is a school in Sussex that's been set up as a homeschooling hub, so that's the way that they get around it. Basically, they're a homeschool hub. And so what they're not a school; they are just a hub where people can go to homeschool their children, or have someone they nominate to homeschool their children. Essentially, fucking school, right?
It's a school, but with some sort of democratic input from the parents.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, anyone can leave at any point. I think they've had over 130 kids at different points come through, and I think regularly they've got something like 30 or 60 kids coming in. And it's basically because, you know, when people try and opt out of the system, you've got the choice, because you've got all these bullshit regulations of either send your kids to be, you know, mind raped by Boris Johnson and Priti Patel, or you have to do everything by yourself. And you don't have to do that, but now they're starting to skirt on dangerous ground, because the more and more, the better they get, the more popular they get, the more formalised they get, jackboot.
Well, it makes it easy to pick on them. And then where's your prevent strategy?
It's like, well, none of our kids are talking about, you know, blowing up, you can blow up Parliament.
I'd even be happy with the prevent strategy if it said if someone was planning to commit violence or promoting the use of violence, then I might raise some, you know, we might look at how to deal with that. But it doesn't have to involve that. They just said anyone that's an extremist, and that can mean anything, you know. That could be someone who could be an extremist because they think you should abolish money.
I'm a liberal extremist.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything, does it? Or
I believe in freedom to the extreme.
I've got friends in Extinction Rebellion, you know, and they think that maybe we should stop burning fossil fuels because it's gonna, they're gonna run out soon, and of course,
right, lock them up,
and
it's like,
and it's going to destroy the climate, and so they just maybe have a little bit of peaceful protest and block a street for a few minutes. That has been called extremism by the government.
Do you know who was an extremist?
Who was?
William Wilberforce.
Oh yes, that was. You could call that extremism, or the suffragettes.
Do you know who was an extremist?
Who's that?
John Locke.
Yeah.
Do you know who was an extremist? John Stuart Mill.
I don't think they were.
The Chartists.
Now you see, none of them. I wouldn't say any of them were extreme, but they could be portrayed as extreme. That somebody wanted to stop them passing on their ideas to other people.
Well, Jeremy Bentham, avowed atheist. At that time, an extremist.
Well, it would have been seen as extreme.
He founded an entire university just so you could have somewhere that was non-Christian, somewhere that was secular. Extremism.
So for me to accept anything, you know, like the prevent thing, it would have to define what it considered extremism. And then I think if it described violent extremism, where people wanted to commit acts of terrorism against innocent people, then I'd be happy to go along with it and get engaged in stopping that from taking place. But the definition's so vague, it could be used for stopping anything, you know, and it is, you know, people who've got very legitimate political concerns are being harassed really for having those ideas.
Well, it's funny how the government, they'll always talk about, we need radical solutions, we need radical solutions. And it's like, okay, here's something radical. It's an extremist! It's extreme! It's extremism, stop it! Right? So they're literally, 1 minute they're calling for extremism, the next minute they're calling for mediocrity. And what is the actual alternative to extremism? It is mediocrity.
Yes, I'm trying to think of what is the term.
Mediocrity. It's just like
it's conformism. It's just you have to have something to conform to.
Yeah, the constant blur, the constant beige, bland, you know.
And that's assuming that's assuming that what people are conforming to isn't in some way extreme as well. It doesn't appear too extreme in perhaps in the culture, but it might. I mean, I think female genital mutilation is extreme. I mean, if you came from a culture where it was the norm, you might be considered an extremist if you wanted to stop doing it.
Yeah.
You know. So exactly. So that's a big problem. And I think it
you know, all of those
education.
extremists out there not lopping off their daughters' clitorises.
Yes, exactly. But it's so you know, I've got quite a lot of sympathy with the homeschooling movement. Sex education tends to go that way. So the proper discussion and debate is being closed down in education. But then on the other hand, if you can have local schools with a slightly bigger authority, you know, like a sort of village or town, then maybe it's okay.
The authority is coming in.
Well, no, but the thing is, you do. Human exchanges develop some form of authority. I mean, some people you grant authority to who you acknowledge authority to decide what medication I'm going to take because he knows what he's doing.
Exactly. The authority is granted by the parent.
Yeah. So authority is not necessarily a bad thing. If it's an authority that you trust, then it's benign, you know.
Yeah.
And but unfortunately, as we've experienced today at Westminster Magistrates Court, there are forms of authority that are extraordinarily unfair.
Well, I wouldn't call them authorities. I would call them.
I think they are an authority.
I would call them.
Say again?
I'd call them tyrannies. Because
tyranny is a sort of authority, isn't it?
I wouldn't say so. I don't know. I want to take the best sense of the word. That authority should be where someone is given respect by a person, and it should essentially be respect.
Yeah.
You know, and that's all it needs to be. Like, why can't we just have a respect-based system where if you respect someone and you want to deal with them and you want to send your kids to learn from them, then do that.
Yeah. So minimising many aspects of the state does seem wise. So I mean, so I'm not university. I mean, maybe a member of the
Is he giving up socialism, guys? Is he going to kick the habit?
Well, no, I think you can't apply rigid ideologies to every aspect of life. You know, things like the NHS. I quite like the idea that there's a system where you can go and get a reasonable standard of healthcare, whoever you are in the UK. That's okay.
As long as I can opt out, then that's not socialism. If I opt out and I don't have to pay for it, then it's not socialism.
That's an interesting angle. I'm not sure if you're allowed to opt out or not.
Are you going to throw me in your back bedroom and lock me up there?
I don't know. I'm very unlikely to lock you up.
Well, it's look, you've got to be willing to enforce it yourself. And if you would have moral qualms about enforcing it yourself and locking me in your back bedroom, right? If I refuse to pay,
there may be other ways of non-violent ways of encouraging your.
You could nag me.
You could leaflet make the things that were available by making a small contribution to the local authorities so useful that you wouldn't want to opt out.
Well, yes.
Say like dustbin collection.
Well, that's fine.
And like you might just think, oh, I don't want to do it, and then you think, well, I can't go to the local library, I can't get my teeth done for free. I'm gonna have to carry the rubbish from a rubbish bin down to the rubbish tip, you know, and it's too much of a pain in the neck. You know, I might pay some small rates towards it.
I am fine with that because that's not socialism because I've chosen it.
I'm not sure it is, you know, it's a form of cooperation. It's important that people can find ways to cooperate.
Will you hold this for a
if
second?
you have everyone...
We're on 4% at the moment.
Alright, I know. I've got to turn it around.
Oh no!
No! So right now, that gloves are off.
What questions are you going to ask me then?
I don't know.
What?
How big are your nipples?
They are magnificent.
That would be
Official announcement for Willsie's live stream.
courts. Would you need courts then in your system?
Yep, courts are the first duty of state.
This is a bus tour.
Is it a live stream?
And on our left, we have the banquet.
Yeah, you've been going up to like 100, 150 people.
Oh right, yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, I wondered why the camera was pointing at me.
Did you not know that 100 people were watching your music?
No. I assume that would probably be the case. But it's always good to have a discussion on a London bus. It's even better than doing it in a taxi. And that's the kind of community we are, amongst the people who want to see freedom for Julian Assange. Courts and justice. How would you see that working?
First duty of state, and this is something that you can learn from Donald Trump actually, because Donald Trump is the one who's popularised the idea that courts are the first duty of state, because people say that it's defence. And I say that if you've got no rule of law, then you've got nothing worth defending. So courts are literally the number one, first, hands down duty of the state. Because if you've not got the rule of law, you've got nothing. Even if your country is very dangerous, even if there are a lot of social issues, even if there's anything like an epidemic or something like that, courts must still come first. Because you have to have law and order. They're the only way that's the point of a state, to be able
to resolve, because they are a form of authority.
Which is why you have a jury system and you have jury unanimity, right? Which means you have to have 12 out of 12. All of this nonsense. In 1967, they corrupted it, and I don't believe it's legal, right? Because it's always been, for 1,000 years, 12 out of 12, or whatever. They've had slightly varying numbers, but you had to have everyone say this person's guilty. Now, can you imagine you're in front of court, right, and say 8 people say guilty because they're not.
They have been in this situation, yes.
Okay, 8 people say guilty, 4 people say not guilty, but then they're getting tired. They've been there for 3 days. They really want to go home, and they're not in the majority, and they're just pushing. And 2 of those people just go, oh, do you know what? Fuck it, I'll say guilty, right?
He's here, so he must be guilty.
2 people are sitting there screaming, no, he's innocent. 2 out of 12 people are saying that you're innocent, yet that's not reasonable doubt.
It goes across.
Reasonable doubt is one person saying, no, I'm going to take a stand. That's what reasonable doubt is, right? You can have 2 people say you're innocent. You need 3. Like, look, how many people are standing up against these lockdowns? How many people are standing up for Julian Assange? It's a very, very, very small percentage of the public that actually goes out, does the right thing, and fights for what is right. Okay, so you really think that even 1 in 12 people, right, is going to take a principled stand on average?
Oh, this is us.
Is that your speaker?
No,
I'll get back on.
No, I tend to agree with you. I thought it was unfair in court cases I've been engaged with, because I often have a slightly different stance than everyone else, and I wasn't happy with a conviction that went through on and I wasn't happy. I don't think they're guilty. I think they should go free. And
what was it? What was the charge? You're allowed to speak about it after the case is done.
Well, what would happen is I knew a little bit about the case, you see, and it hadn't been properly reported. Really, I felt by the prosecution. And what had happened is American Express had printed a whole load of travel checks, and they sent it out in a security van, but the bloke hadn't done the back door up properly, and they dropped out on the M25. And then someone stopped and went, "Oh look, a bag of unsigned American Express checks. Let's pick them up." And they've got value, They're like, as far as I can see, they're like a form of currency. So, and there was sort of junk dealers, people who, but they had the local authorities employed them to do house clearances. So it was an important part of their income that they'd lose if they had a criminal record. And they went to a car boot sale, and so I said, "I'll give you £1,000 worth of these American Express." Am I leaving the rest of the group? Oh, there they are. Give you £1,000 worth for, I don't know, 750 quid. And he said, "Well, I suppose it's a legitimate form of currency, and I suppose you've just, perhaps they just fell off the back of a lorry."
They literally did fall off the back of a lorry.
And anyway, I wasn't clear that the thing is that's what they do all the time.
Well, think about it.
They buy and sell stuff,
If you found, £5,000 worth of Amazon vouchers on the floor, what's the difference?
Well, when you think about what their job is, what they do, say, "Well, we're going to do a house clearance, and we'll take all the stuff out of the house for 150 quid." And they said in court, "Well, what we always do is we always get a knife and we cut open the mattress, because a lot of old people die and they've got a load of money stuffed in the mattress. So they might say they cleared a house for 150 quid. They might cut open the mattress. They might make 500. What are they supposed to do? Go back to the family and go, no, this is your money, because that's their profit margin. So they're used to buying and selling things. Anything they can make a profit from, they just buy and sell it. And it wasn't clearly illegal to me.
Well, I see it like Amazon vouchers. Like if you had Amazon vouchers or W.H. Smith's or...
But he's not finding them. Imagine you bought them off someone and say, "Oh, I've got these Amazon vouchers, I can't be bothered to spend them. They're worth 100 quid, but if you give me 80 quid, then I'll be very happy."
Yeah.
And you might think, "Well, there's this thing I want to buy off Amazon." I'm not sure you're the sort of person that think Amazon has got fair paying conditions for its workers, so you might think...
No, but they do avoid
tax. Maybe you need some recording equipment.
They do avoid tax, which is a plus.
Well, that's
less money to the government.
Yeah, it depends what the money goes to. If it goes towards the NHS, maybe it's alright. If it goes to making cluster bombs, I'm not so happy with it.
Yeah, probably the cluster bombs.
Anyway, I thought it was pretty unfair, and of course they lost their licence, so they lost a lot of their livelihood from doing house clearances from a local.
Sorry, is this the Home Office?
I don't know. Oh, they're going to the loo, aren't they?
Oh, they're not going for a pint.
Well, they may be.
Oh, I was hoping that they were...
I know, I thought to go to the point, but I think it's more important we tell Priti Patel what we think of her. And because I think we're going to have dark times ahead of us here in the UK if we allow Priti Patel to keep enacting new laws.
Let's stay together.
Limiting what we're allowed to do. That's how, look, we're all sticking together. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have got a little group that's gone off to the loo.
So we've had to move last night.
So anyway, we've run out of steam there. With you may have to find someone.
No, I think that's really insightful because it just shows. So what was the vote? Was it 10-2 or 11-1?
I think everyone else apart from me thought they should be found guilty. And I thought, well, I'm not so sure myself. I think it's questionable, I think they're going to lose their livelihood, So maybe we shouldn't perhaps say they buy and sell stuff. And it's not explicitly laid out in laws, or thou shalt not buy the traveller check for a bargain price at car boot sales, and that appeared to, it was insinuated they'd done something else, that they were somehow engaged with violence or something and stealing them. But it was pretty, no one put forward any evidence. They just said they were supposed to have turned up to the travel agent, and as if something underhand had taken place, whereas I'd already heard on the news, because I tend to listen to a lot of news, that there had been a case where travellers' checks just fell out of the van, and so I do feel it was fair, really, and I tend to agree with you on Law and Order. Thank you very much, that you should, you need 12 people to agree. If it's not unanimous, then, it's not a safe conviction. But I mean, I wish Julian Assange had a jury, because I'm sure you'd find in a jury of 12, with shaky evidence like Sigurdur Thordarson having admitted that the evidence he gave was false testimony, I'm sure you'd have people willing to find him not guilty.
It's annoying, right? You see people walk past and they really look like an MP.
Yeah.
That guy looks so like an MP, and I'm like, do you know what? At some point, I'm going to sit down with all of their faces and just try and memorise
all of them.
Yeah. So I'm going to be a fucking encyclopedia. So when one of them walks past me, I'm like, you Tory MP, you Labour MP, right? Going to ask you a public interest question, motherfucker.
Why not?
And then I'll be labelled as a terrorist. He's memorised all of their faces, so he can attack them with very serious questions.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it says. You can attack them by holding them to account, by asking them questions on camera.
Be fair, no MP is safe from a public interest question.
And free journalism. As the sort of Julian Assange, obviously engaged in journalism, he published stuff that was in the public interest, and then the people in Parliament, they shouldn't even be frightened of it. They should welcome it, because it actually brings legitimacy to a Parliament to have that. A Parliament that has to hide the truth is not a very good Parliament, And I would like this Parliament to adopt a position where it welcomes, investigative journalism into what MPs did, and then you should take a pride in look, we're honest people, we're here in the public interest, and that's the kind of Parliament you want. When you want to actually start censoring the press because you're not behaving honestly or you're committing war crimes, you really lose your credibility. Unfortunately, this place over here has lost a lot of credibility in my eyes. I remember not that long ago, actually it must have been a decade at least ago, when Brian Hall had his peace camp over there, and that wouldn't be allowed now. And Priti Patel would have that cleared away.
Well, you notice the gates keep moving out. First, there was no gate at Downing Street. You could just walk down the road.
Yeah.
Then they put a gate at the end of it. Then they put another gate after the end of the gate. And then now they've got fences after the gate.
Yeah.
After the bomb-proof door.
Yeah. What did you make then of, or was your opinion of I think it was January the 6th thing, when a lot of Republicans in the United States thought that Donald Trump had been cheated out of the election. I think there's evidence.
I'm trying to keep this YouTube friendly at the moment.
Right, okay.
But you may intuit my thoughts from the facts that YouTube would not want me speaking them.
Right, okay.
But all I can say is something. Oh no, they don't care who's saying the thoughts. They don't care whether it's me. They don't care whether it's you. What they care is that it's the wrong opinion.
So yes.
Look, it's not about being correct. It's about being politically correct, comrade.
Yeah. Well, it's an opinion, you see. So there isn't really a right or wrong there, is there? And I'm not a person that would encourage any violence or anything like that. But I'm intrigued at the things that you would feel scared to put on the internet.
Well, the thing is,
on a platform like YouTube, because they censor it so easily. So I shall refrain from mentioning any more about it, and people can decide for themselves what they think about that.
Well, the thing is, if I'd had a bit more time, like I said a few times, I had about 3 or 4 hours sleep this morning. If I'd had more time, I would have set this up so it was multi-streaming, so it was also streaming to Odyssey. As it is, it will be copied over to Odyssey afterwards, which is good.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I like multi-streaming, but the problem is it takes about 20 minutes to set it up. Whereas
do they have people that can look through it to enforce these this authority of what you're allowed to and not
mobs, Twitter mobs.
Twitter
mobs of people that they go, oh, let's go through and mass report. Everyone report this video. Everyone report that.
Yeah.
They are nasty, nasty people.
Yeah.
You think Elon Musk tried to buy it out?
Yes. Well, it's
Elon Musk might do the world a service, because if he turns it back to free speech and says, look, so long as you're not...
If he does what he says,
I don't know what to make of Elon Musk. I don't. Sorry if I offend anyone on Twitter there. But I mean, he seems to have this space program. It's very hard to explain how he could have afforded all the research and development for this massive space program without having a huge bung of money from the American government. So maybe when the chips are down, if I say, look, Ellen, look, there's some people saying stuff on Twitter we don't like, and then maybe we're going to stop buying your rockets. And if you don't do what we want, so...
But the thing is, he's got enough money that he could just fuck it off. And this is the hope. So I don't trust him, but I hope.
I'm like you.
I hope that I can trust
He's
him.
interesting. He's an interesting character.
Stop the kids from dealing
Have you watched Russell Brand's podcast?
I don't trust Russell Brand.
Hey, listen, I hated that man, The Vengeance, man. I thought he was shit. He's an actor, there's a comedian. Since I started watching his podcast, he's got 5.5 million followers. Brilliant.
I'll have to stop live streaming. I'll have to drop out of line.
His podcast is
I might let Jim have a word, and I'm going to think about ranting at the government.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
You rant at the government for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. But thank you very much for giving me a chance.
That's all right. We want to say goodbye to everyone.
Bye, everyone on the live stream.
Order!
Order. I have been a judge earlier, but now I've kind of transformed into a normal civilian that's going to vent his spleen to local or, to national government over here in Parliament. So, good day to you all. Freedom to Assange.
All rise!
so are we on?
Started from your
Am I in frame? Am I in shot?
This is yours, I believe.
No, I've got one more.
Oh, you've got.
Basically, they don't care about all they want is
Ladies and gentlemen,
goal is to weaken Russia.
could I have your attention, please?
Of course, you can have our full attention.
Thank you, good sir.
More than half.
I've come here today dressed as the Grim Reaper to officially announce that British justice is dead.
Just believe everything they see.
The Julian Assange case is not complicated. It's really very simple. Julian Assange is a journalist who set up WikiLeaks to expose the bad things being done by bad people around the world. It's good that they are exposed, as it means the good people like us stand some chance of stopping those bad people. WikiLeaks and everything that Julian did is all perfectly legal, but it made him some very powerful enemies, in particular the United States government. So they bribed, yes, the United States government bribed a person called Morrison to lie by saying that Julian got him to hack, which is illegal. However,
Balderson has now admitted that he lied, and Julian did absolutely nothing illegal or wrong. So there's now absolutely no case for Julian Assange's extradition. In summary, this case is not complicated. Balderson is the only witness against Julian, and he's now admitted that he was bribed by the United States government to lie against Julian. The case against Julian is absolutely baseless. It's as simple as that. So it's an absolutely disgusting sham of so-called justice going on in our sordid kangaroo courts in Britain. British justice will stand for absolutely nothing around the world if this court doesn't immediately free Julian Assange! 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 Balderson lied! There's no case against Julian Assange. Google Balderson lied and judge for yourself. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo.
Free Julian Assange!
Sorry.
Go ahead, lovely. No.
Joy to hear your voice.
Thank you, mate. Boris Johnson! To the right thing! Free Julian Assange! Today, Julian Assange is the greatest journalist of our time! A journalist, a multi-award-winning journalist! He has been brutally persecuted by the state for publishing truthful and factual information on United States, United Kingdom, and allies war crimes in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Yemen, in Palestine, in Libya, in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, and many other countries across the world. Shame on you, United Kingdom government. Shame on you, United Kingdom so-called justice system. You are a travesty of justice. Free Julian Assange today. I think that what this is about. It's not the people around the Boys and girls, we are moving to that home office now.
Yes, we are moving.
Boys and girls.
Boys and girls, girls and boys.
Yes. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, do the right thing. Free Julian Assange today. Free Julian Assange today. Free Julian Assange boys and girls, we are going to the home office.
Yeah, tell them to slow down. Can't keep up.
Boys and girls, home office now.
We're going now.
Journalists, we're telling the truth. Never had to redact a word. Jail.
The cameraman down on College Green, I've just been
I'll take a little seat in,
he used to work for RT. He's now, but since the fall of RT, he's now working for GB News.
What? Who? Barnaby?
No. There's a cameraman. I've just been talking to because I often have a ride down there. Yeah.
Where's everyone going?
Interviewing somebody, in which case
Are they following someone, or is it just down to the Home Office? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought they were talking to an MP.
People knew. Carry on.
Right, to the Home Office. I mean, but you know, as Channel 4 will probably say, we're going down to blow up the Home Office, as Channel 4 will report.
Blow it up with truth.
Yeah.
Truth bombs.
Watch out for those truth bombs. They're very, very potent.
Very, very
potent. Right? The Sun will be saying we're deploying our truth bombs as weapons of mass destruction.
We got to stop weapons of mass destruction.
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Shame on you! Shame on you! Boris Johnson, yeah!
Libertad!
Libertad pour Julian Assange!
Libertad!
The problem is he lives about 100 yards from me. So I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, because he was always wanting to
So who was it that joined GB News?
I don't know. I don't watch GB News.
So someone was saying about some cameraman who shifted over from RT.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be. Well, I don't know. I only know one camera.
I think
he's not RT.
Next
year.
Next to none of them will bloody speak to me. A few of the photographers who are all right. And then the RT lot, they're polite, but apart from that, like the proper mainstream like ones, they the way that they get really possessive of the press pit, and it's like, what? This is the public street. Literally, we're just sitting in the street. I was sitting on the floor in the street. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, I got my bag in there though. I got my bag in there because I was like, I'm gonna have my bag here so that you know, I've got my little area. And someone tries to challenge and I fuck off. My bag was here. You know, well, no hassle today. It was all quite calm today. It was quite nice. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah. But as will be reported in the mainstream media, he left a suspicious item in a crowd of mainstream media who he is heavily criticised. Anything could have happened. We're lucky to still have our heroic journalists with us. Jesus Christ, if I buy some fertiliser to fertilise the garden, I'm probably going to get raided.
Well, you could do, because they've got a memory about fertiliser and sugar.
Have you ever seen?
It goes back to the IRA. They put a bomb. Did you remember that? Do you not remember that story? There was the IRA put a car bomb opposite Downing Street, right, which was fertiliser and something else, and they managed to do they managed to disarm it, right? But had it gone off, half a ton of fertilizer bomb might have taken out the whole of Downing Street and a few of the blocks around them.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh.
But they managed to they had a system, didn't they? They had a system where the terrorists, so-called terrorists, had a number which they could call and say, look, we've got a bomb in a telephone box, and you need to move the public away and get your folks into disarmament. I can remember terrorism, right? And did the government bring in any of the sort of like
what they have now?
What they have now? Did they bring all that in? No. People still was able to walk around freely, right? They blew up. I remember Oxford Street. There was a Oxford Street bomb. Right? They blew the hell out of Oxford Street. I think it was a Wimpy. The day after, people walked backwards and forwards.
Not the Wimpy, come on.
It was the Wimpy, it was the Wimpy.
No, that's terrible.
It was, I think it was
Why did they have to target the Wimpy? See, if only McDonald's had been around back then, then they could have targeted the Mackie D's.
I don't think McDonald's was...
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a thing then.
Yeah,
Wimpy was the original.
McDonald's wasn't the thing then. I mean, the only McDonald's that might have been around at that time would have been at Holloway. I think that was the first one they opened. At Holloway. Right? And to be honest, we liked McDonald's. We liked all their sugary stuff, sugary hamburgers and stuff. We liked it. So, we was tired of Wimpy. We was tired of Wimpy. Wimpy was on the way out, but was on the way in.
See, that's how they lost public support there.
But also at the same time, you still had all the attacks on the embassies as well. In that period of time, right? And I don't remember having this draconian laws being written. People still were able to be free and walk around on the streets. Nothing like now. And that was actual terrorists. Not fabricated ones.
Oh, I think the terrorists are inside Westminster, aren't they?
Well, I mean, if you look at there's a book out that's called NATO's Secret Army by Daniel Ganzer. If you look at some of the stuff that he's writing about, right, you can see that there's a connection between terrorism and government, sadly.
Well, yeah, because the definition of terrorism is using violence in order to achieve political goals in an aggressive fashion.
So now, exactly.
And that's exactly what the government does. It uses violence, right? Because you go, okay, well, I don't want to support this. I don't want to pay taxes that are going to, go bombing children. And they'll send round a couple of thugs round your house, and they'll drag you round to one of their theatres, do a mock trial, and then naff off, right? And then they will lock you up in a small room for years of your life just because you don't want to bomb children. Why is it so controversial to say I don't want to bomb children and I don't want a government if it's going to be committing crimes and locking up people in prison for speaking? If the government's locking up people in prison for speaking, then it needs to. Look, I just want to opt out.
Well,
they can do their thing.
I'm quite happy to say to you that everything you're saying is not true. But what I'm seeing is what are Nazis walking around in a country, right, who are being armed by our government to go around and kill people. That's what I'm seeing. I mean, I've seen these individuals walking around with their swastikas, right, and they are being armed, right, to go and kill people. This is what's happening now. That's what's happening now, right? They are Nazis, right? Like the word Nazi was a word that was, but that was a word that people didn't like. Now
it's the new black.
It's the new black.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Nazis would like that.
Yeah.
Nazi is the new black.
Yeah. So there you have it. So what you have is it's okay, right, for those terrorists, as long as the terrorists are on the right side of the government, then it's fine. Not a problem at all.
Let's hang on here and just regroup and then cross over here. So that we go in and...
Chair. Oh, my legs, my knees, ow, the pain.
So to be quite honest, it's like, I've got to support, got to try and get this man here free. So it's like the information that he has can inform all of us as to what's really going on, so as we can make a decision, so we can have a democracy. So we can have a democracy. Because without information, good information, there is no democracy. So we have to. That's the reason why we're here. It's not just to get an innocent publisher justice, because there's no justice going on at the moment. I mean, how can you deliver into the hands of a group of people who are willing to
murder small children?
Yeah, who are willing to plot the assassination. They plotted to murder Julian Assange. The same people that plotted to murder Julian Assange are the same people asking for his extradition. So how does that work?
Well, it shows that we're living in clown world, doesn't it?
Yeah, how does that work? There's no justice. The same people that set up cameras and their spy equipment in an embassy, so they can listen to him talk to his defence lawyers. I mean, how does that work? Where's the justice there?
What?
There's no justice.
What did you say? I know your name. That looks very familiar.
If you want to call it justice, it's not fair if you can even use the word justice.
Why have they got all these fences all over the place? That looks like a comfortable seat. I'm going to go sit over there.
Oh, right.
What? They just got this like...
What's the point of the fence?
That's just inconvenient.
The summer, but you can still see what you're doing in the winter. But it's probably the only good feature of the Home Office at the minute.
Well, some people are in there.
Hang on, go back. I kind of like the water feature in the front.
I'm tall enough to hop over here.
Oh, no, we got the hole. We got the hole.
God, we just open it up.
Just take us. Let's see. Oh, people made it through. They've stormed the barricades, according to the mainstream media. Yeah, they have literally stormed them. Look at this vicious mob, you know, have stormed in. Look at this, they've stormed the building.
Yeah. Stormed the barricade. Handcuff Pretty Patel. Bring her here. And prosecute her. Why are you prosecuting, persecuting an innocent, brave man? Someone who told the truth. And you are trying to extradite him? No, you can't do this. We will not allow you. We will not allow you. Pretty Patel.
Pretty ugly Patel.
No, hang on a second. If you free Julian Assange,
you're pretty Patel. If you extradite him, you're ugly, murderer, spitting, murder Patel. Do the right thing, listen to us, do the right thing. You are the blood of those enslaved Indians.
Well, the thing
British
is,
criminal colonizers enslaved, colonized your ancestors. It would be shame on you if you extradite him. You would step on the history of Gandhiji. You step on Nelson Mandela's struggles, and you would be known as evil, ugly Patel. But if you free him, you make the history. Yes, you would lose your job probably, but you would make a history. Do make the history.
Well, the thing is, I can't say that Priti Patel is watching, but we do know that her subordinates are watching because our streams are monitored by the Met Police.
It's very good. The police officers who are watching this, there's a message for you as well. Remember? British criminal colonizers, they're judges, they're free Julian Assange, free Julian Assange, free Julian Assange.
Make sure that we realize Julian Assange, Julian Assange, Julian Assange, Julian Assange,
Shame on you, Priti Patel, for committing a journalist, Julian Assange, to a death sentence in the USA.
Free Julian Assange.
What you've done is despicable.
Free Julian Assange.
Free Julian Assange.
Saved him from the CIA killers. Free Julian Assange. Saved him from the CIA killers. Free Julian Assange. Saved him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange.
Save him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange.
Save him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange.
Save him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange.
Save him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange.
Save him from the CIA killers.
Free Julian Assange. Save him from the CIA killers. Free Julian Assange. So we're all here today after being at Westminster Magistrates Court, where an order signed by the pen of Priti Patel is condemning Julian Assange to a death sentence in the United States of America in solitary confinement with a sentence that will last for 175 years. He's not even committed any recognisable crime. But even if he had committed a non-violent crime, who would think that a sentence of 175 years in solitary confinement would be appropriate? Clearly, it's ridiculous to put someone whose only thing he has done is to put ink onto paper, disclosing things that are in the public interest throughout the world. Who would think that writing on paper and publishing was worthy of a sentence of 175 years in solitary confinement? Priti Patel should be ashamed of what she has done to commit a journalist to a death sentence. such as has been done to Julian Assange is truly a crime. She is the criminal.
Yes! Yes!
Julian Assange is our hero.
Yes!
Who's braved all sorts of punishment and deridement from the British state and America and other authoritarian states to bring truth to people so that we know who to elect. We know who stands by their electoral promises and who does not, so that we can elect people to represent us in a representative democracy. Without journalists reporting what is done in our name, how should we decide who to cast our votes for? We need Julian Assange and WikiLeaks and all the journalists that speak truthfully. Now, if we're in a situation where someone such as Priti Patel can hide state secrets, as I'm sure she likes, we know Priti Patel has secrets that she wants to keep quiet. My understanding is Priti Patel went to the Golan Heights, an area that is illegally occupied, and tried to funnel British money into illegally policing a place that is illegally occupied. Now that is a severe misuse of British public money, and I believe that's a crime. It's clearly a crime being complicit in the continuing persecution of Julian Assange, keeping him in Belmarsh prison, the equivalent of Guantanamo Bay in the UK. So, the real question is, why would anyone vote for Priti Patel, who conducts these criminal activities in the name of the British state? She should be ashamed of what she's done. This organisation here should be disgraced by what she has done in its name. We are not a country that jails journalists for telling the truth. We must put a stop to this. Priti Patel must not be allowed to enact these terrible laws like the Crime and Justice Law that it will outlaw public protest. We're here today because probably the most prominent journalist that's come up in the last this century is being persecuted and tortured to death. We have a legitimate reason to come here and protest. But when the Crime and Justice Bill that Priti Patel is putting forward goes through, you only need to find one person who doesn't like us here, and we could all face 18 months in prison. That's not a democracy. When you stand up and speak the truth about persecution of a journalist, if you can go to jail for doing that for 18 months, you don't live in a democracy. What you're living in then is a tyranny.
A democracy! A democracy!
A democracy! That's another very good word for it. Now we also have what Priti Patel is doing for asylum seekers. Now, I'm sure people in Ukraine need our sympathy. I wouldn't wish war on anyone, but I think we can all see a distinct difference between how white Europeans are being treated and how people from the Middle East or Africa, from places like Libya, that's been systematically smashed apart by NATO, are being treated. Now, if you're from one nation, you're welcome to stay in British homes. But if you seek asylum from another country, you're going to be deported to somewhere, to Rwanda in Africa.
Shame on you, Priti Patel!
Shame on her! I mean, what kind of official, Secretary of State, does that kind of thing? This really needs the British public seriously need to question what's going on inside this building. if we're planning on supporting asylum seekers, the most vulnerable people who you can imagine, deporting them to a third-party country into some kind of holding camp, whatever that may be. I imagine it's not a very nice place to be. So, let's all say that Priti Patel should feel shame! Shame on you, Priti Patel! Let's hear you say it! Shame on you! 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 You're committing a brave journalist to a death sentence. How on earth can anybody in this building be complicit with that? I recommend everyone in this building should go on strike in opposition to it. Otherwise you'll be complicit in this ghastly injustice. Let's stop doing this kind of behaviour that only a tyrannical country would undertake. Let's get back to a system of fair British justice where people who are journalists are not sentenced to 175 years to rot in a dungeon in America. So let's say free Julian Assange! Let's jail the war criminals and free the journalists who are brave enough to uncover their war crimes. Thank you very much.
Bravo, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Bravo.
Priti Patel's plan to send refugees offshore for processing is from the Australian government's plan. And the Australian government had a Prime Minister called John Howard, who was involved with the war criminals Tony Blair and George Bush. And at that time, to encourage and trigger racism in Australia, they invented a false flag event. It was called Children Overboard. They claimed that asylum seekers arriving on boats to the shores of Australia had thrown their own children overboard in order to be rescued by the Navy. And it was an utter lie that was exposed some years later. But it triggered the racism, the xenophobia in people to think that these people were throwing their own children overboard, and so we should have no sympathy for them. And so they then developed an offshore detention plan on an island called Manus Island, and they paid a contractor billions of dollars to house asylum seekers on this offshore island in the Pacific, which was sinking. The government was, desperate to make money, so they took up the offer from the Australian government to house asylum seekers there. They're still there, nothing. They haven't processed them. The people will be in Rwanda forever, and it will stir up racism. She's the dog whistler for racism, Priti Patel. And it was the formulated plan of the war criminal Prime Minister John Howard, who with Bush and Blair did the war crimes, the war on terror, the false flags, the weapons of mass destruction, false flags, to stir up the population to not support refugees. That is the genesis of the Priti Patel plan. It is the genesis from the Australian Children Overboard. So, know your history. Know what they're doing to your country. Know that the wars are creating an internal cycle of refugees and poverty, which eventually comes home to roost in your own land. That's what I just said. So the Rwanda plan is based on the Children Overboard in Australia plan. Same formula. That's where they got the idea from. Yeah? And of course, Julian Assange is an Australian citizen, as you may understand from my accent that I am too. So I'm here to support him because his government has done nothing to help him at all. They have just put it in the hands of, as Julian said, Washington DC is the capital of Australia. Washington DC now has become the capital of Britain. We do whatever they want. We have no sovereignty. We have no national rights. We have no power in our own country. We just do what they want. CIA, cheating, lying, stealing, drug dealing, CIA, war creation, war criminal CIA. Whatever they want, we have to do. So, we need to resist it at all. Every one of us needs to resist it and understand where all of this rubbish starts. In the corrupt hearts and minds of people like Priti Patel. Priti Patel, do not sign an extradition order. Gary McKinnon, who was the CIA wanted for hacking, was not able to be sent. That is the precedent. Julian Assange is innocent of all crimes. He's a journalist and should not be sent. He's gravely ill. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Priti Patel, do the right thing. 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 Story on Afghanistan. We have Fahim here to talk to us about the lies of the false war on terror that was created, and that
Willsy's gone away. It's time to play.
Devastation and genocide in Afghanistan.
Oh, Mad Aussie.
Thank you very much.
Are you there?
Thank you very much. We have come here.
Silence in court! Silence in court!
We were earlier on in Westminster Magistrate Court.
Westminster.
And that Westminster Magistrate Court is acting like a Westminster. It's true. And we came here, one of our colleagues, and these real free people, these are the real free people, spirited, strong and brave, to stand for the truth. They said we go to the Home Office and send a message to the Home Office and Priti Patel. Are you looking from one of the windows? Priti Patel, if you... Priti Patel, if you free Julian Assange, we would not call you only Priti Patel, but Priti Patel. If you extradite him, if she frees Julian Assange, we call her Priti Patel.
Oh, yes.
If she frees Julian Assange, she would be Priti Patel. But if she extradites Julian Assange, we would call her ugly Priti Patel.
Ugly.
Pretty ugly yourself.
I think you'd have to add evil into that.
Now, we are here. We are sending a message to Priti Patel. Do not be part of this evil project. Do not be part of this evil war. And do not be part of this evil DPG of Pentagon and CIA. Because they have designed this war to earn $8 trillion. And Julian Assange only exposed the truth.
Why the hell you're standing next to the killers of my children and extraditing this spirited free man and the best journalist and the messiah of the truth, Julian Assange? Why do you extradite him? It's an evil. Don't commit evil. Priti Patel, do the right thing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. The right thing. Do the right thing. Don't be evil. Don't be evil. Don't be evil. Don't be evil. Remember, guys, I was talking earlier on that even if they are forced in their heart, Priti Patel and the judges, they know that Julian Assange is the messiah of the truth. But one day, the suppression of the truth would be broken because they are trying to suppress the truth.
They're not, they are suppressing the truth.
Yes, they are suppressing the truth. But what they cannot do, they cannot break the spirit of this free man and the spirit of these brave men and women here.
We know the truth.
They cannot do this on our watching. We will do everything to stop this extradition. We will do everything in our power to stop this extradition. But before you decide and become an evil Priti Patel or ugly Priti Patel, free Julian Assange.
Today!
Today, right now! Right now we are here! Yes!
Right now.
So let's send a message. Free Julian Assange. Yeah?
Yes.
Free Julian Assange.
Now.
Free Julian Assange. Now.
Julian Assange. Yes.
Free Julian Assange. Now. Today.
Julian Assange. Now. Free Julian Assange! Now! Free Julian Assange! Today!
Put Priti Patel in prison for a crime of sentencing an innocent journalist to 175
Priti
years.
Patel, listen!
If that's not a crime, I don't know what is.
Priti Patel, listen very carefully. Very carefully. Do not stand with the jailers of Gandhiji. Do not stand with the killers of my people. Do not stand with Pentagon, CIA and DPG because they are murderers. These murderers are trying to extradite this brave Julian Assange. If you stand with them, you would be stepping on the spirit of Gandhiji, Nelson Mandela, Harriet and Douglas. So we say do not stand with the evil project because DPG is going to give you a few dollars and pounds, but that would haunt you and destroy your legacy. Probably you're from a family that you worked hard to become a minister. But that is now showing that you are not a good human being. You will do evil, and your evil will haunt you for the rest of your life. Imagine who is talking now on the side of British Empire, who are praising the apartheid regime, who are praising the slave owners. Nobody.
Even they destroyed the statues of slave owners in the UK. Edward Colston's statue was standing for hundreds of years, but eventually the evil collapsed. British people brought down the statue, but you don't have a statue either. You don't have a statue. Nobody would erect your statue. In your life, they would haunt you. You would be thrown eggs on the streets. You would be thrown raw eggs and stones and rubbish on the streets when people see you that you are doing this evil. People will spit at you. Your family will spit at you. Your children will spit at you. The carers, you would become old, remember? Your carers would be the nurses from the rest of the world. And those nurses will spit on you. Don't forget that you would always be here. Remember, this Julian Assange is a free man. He is a hero of the free speech, and he is the Messiah of the truth. Free him now.
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! Today, yes, today, now. What he told us the truth. What is the truth? Pentagon and CIA created and designed an illegal criminal war, and it's still happening, yes. They killed 1.5 million of my people. They made 800,000 American war veterans suffering from PTSD. And they killed, hundreds of thousands of other people in Iraq, millions in Iraq and Syria. And Julian Assange exposed that truth. They supported, Pentagon supported pedophiles, warlords, human rights violators, and evil Taliban and evil Karzai Ghani. And you're siding with those criminals to extradite Julian Assange, to give them to the hyenas of CIA and Pentagon. You are not doing a good service to humanity, to your Indian roots, to the Gandhiji, and to the struggle of freedom for the rest of the world.
She was found of bullet in this stuff.
Yes. So we are here. The final message is, if you want to have a legacy of being pretty, Patel, then free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian
Assange! If you do not, you would remain ugly, Patel. The word is gone, right? The truth is now just spreading around the world. Every one of you are the Messiah of the truth after this. Every one of you are Messiah of the truth. Keep to the truth, and the truth must be substantiated to justice. Justice for the children that Pentagon, Bush and Blair and their acolytes have killed. We want justice for them. We want reunification of Afghanistan. We want freedom for Julian Assange. And we want the war criminals behind bars.
Yes.
Free Julian Assange! Well, for all of you, pay attention. Just one voice, strong voice. Yeah? Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free
Julian Assange! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Just say
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Is it on?
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Hello. I'd just like to say a few words about the Greenham Common women.
the Greenham Common women surrounded the missile base near Reading, and I met one of them. The missile base was near Reading. It's called the Greenham Common, and they had missiles there. Each missile was 4 times more powerful than Hiroshima. The Americans used microwave weapons on those women. I met one of those women, and it's very important that the Greenham Common women are remembered. There was, to my knowledge, 110 women who marched from Cardiff, walked to Greenham Common. We must not forget the Greenham Common women. They surrounded the missile base. They knitted a scarf that went all the way around the missile base, and each missile was 4 times more powerful than Hiroshima, and the American military used microwave weapons on these women. They need to be remembered. Thank you.
Yes, they need to be remembered. We'll remember them. Thank you.
We don't remember all the nuclear bombs are planked in Scotland.
It's okay, yeah.
Right, thank you, Julian, for mentioning the Greenham Common women.
Keep it closer.
That is exactly why I'm here today, because when I was younger, with young children, I used to go past Greenham Common, and I used to think, oh, thank goodness for those women who are trying to do something to stop nuclear war. And I thought, when I'm a grandmother, I'm going to be like them. And I'm a grandmother now, and this is the cause I've chosen, the cause of truth and justice. Because why is this man being harassed just for telling the truth? Just for telling us what the CIA are up to in other countries? And he's been persecuted for being a truth teller. He's done no crime whatsoever. So, Priti Patel, if you can hear us, just look at your conscience and think, what are you doing? You have the power to change the world. You have the power to free the truth teller. You have the power to free the best human being that is around at the moment. Don't lose the chance to bring peace to the earth.
That's it. Thank you very much. Yes. Decide to free this loving man, Julian Assange. An innocent, brave man. Yes, you say it.
Come on, Gloria.
Excellent. Yes. Innocent and truthful man. Thank you.
Bravo.
Nobody said that Priti Patel was found guilty of bullying, and we paid for the bill. She was charged £300,000, and the taxpayer paid for her bond. She was found bullying.
I know, yeah.
She is a bully.
Well, you know, definitely, the listeners could have taken that back. She got sentenced in 2017. That's why they're all scared. But the question is, better die now than later. The point now is there's no point. I'm not suggesting the one at the moment is the whole system's corrupt. The other one, the French woman, she was kidnapped. She's also a journalist. Virginia. She was kidnapped. She's now been released, but they are pressurising.
And it's not pretty, and it don't smell good either.
Well, the big problem is that they haven't told the truth. They have never exposed the truth to the people. This is the problem. Yeah, I'm challenging them too. Yeah.
I challenge you.
Well, the thing at the moment is they copy and paste people. They've got a controlled narrative. The question is they can't call themselves press unless they do.
Oh, I got to do your job. I got to do your job. Do I look like the Met Police?
Oh, he went to have a cup of tea, left his viewers behind there. Anyway, when you're ready, I'll have a little rant.
Go on, yeah.
I feel better for it.
Yeah, go on.
Get out of your system, mate. Get down there and,
I have a list.
Right, Resistance GB, take 2.
The thing is, they've all got their fingers in the trough, the Westminster trough. That's how they're getting the money. But the one now is we get the names.
Are we
of the
rolling,
investors.
Resistance GB?
We are live!
They are live? Oh my god.
The revolution may not be televised, but it will be live streamed, so long as they don't pass the online harms bill.
Listen up everyone, I'll be brief because we've all had a long day. Fighting for truth, honesty and justice against the corrupt British justice system.
It's not justice. There is no justice.
Anyway,
It's
my learned jolly go
just ice. Just ice in the martini. Just ice, that's what they're talking about.
As my learned colleague has pointed out in the wig and gown over here, it's just
ice.
I flipped it accidentally.
An interesting thought. I agree with him entirely. I agree entirely with your sentiments.
Seriousness.
I know. Hang on. I'm a bloke. I can only do one thing at a time. Joking aside, I've come here today dressed as the Grim Reaper to officially announce that British justice is dead. I have a message for Priti Patel and all. I'm sure a lot of you in there are really decent people who want to do the right thing. I'm sure a lot of you really. Well, I hope. I think I am sure.
Really? What are you smoking?
But come on.
Can I have some of it?
Break. Put it like this. This is your last chance in there. Priti Patel, all her colleagues, your last chance in there to tell that this is utterly and profoundly wrong, and it's not just Julian's life that is at jeopardy. I won't brandish your word again, but anyway, look. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of you are decent people, so please don't hide behind thinking British justice will give Julian a fair trial. It's not. It's as simple as that. There are actually 8 reasons why, but let me focus on one that you can research for yourself. You can be an honest and impartial judge in this whole sordid, tawdry affair that is rolling through our courts as an absolute mockery of justice. Anyway, to the point. The only witness against Julian is a chap called Thorderson. He said he was actually bribed by the United States government to say that Thorderson lied. He was actually trying to cover up his own crimes of sex with 15 underage boys, as well as large-scale financial fraud and embezzlement in Iceland. He's about the most unreliable witness you can get. So what you can do is just Google Thorderson lies. Thorderson is the only witness he says Julian Assange to have. Thorderson is admitting this is a lie. The case is completely baseless. It really is as simple as that. But judge for yourself. Just Google Thorderson lies. And please spread the message through all these offices. Spread the message through all these offices to judge for themselves by Googling Thorderson lied. You will see that the only witness against Julian and admitting that he lied, the case is baseless. It really is as simple as that. So I think our message to everyone is Google Thorderson lied, but what we're saying to you is free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
US military detonated 1,032
It's open mic if
nuclear
anyone
bombs from
wants.
1945, 1,032.
Oh my God, I'm getting pissed.
The Bikini Island crater, bomb crater, still leaking
Hang on, I
nuclear
like
waste.
to keep it
It's
nice and
in the
simple.
Marshall Islands.
I take your point.
In Australia.
I take your point.
It's not finished.
And do you know they have any depleted or any other sites of
Google.
any type
Most
of uranium
people will
in
just
Afghanistan?
Google. So as I say,
In
just
certain
Google
areas,
borders and lied. It really is simple.
children of
Anyone
war.
else want to
Vietnam, the children are born with no arms and legs from Agent Orange. You get the investors of the weapons companies, they're finished. They don't go nowhere.
We have to expose them.
Well, that's the thing. I put the keep putting the word around. We're going it right across the internet, so everybody knows who's investing.
Search results on Ukraine. Is there anything critical?
Kapal! Free Julian Assange today! Priti Patel to the right king! Free Julian Assange today! Priti Patel to the right king! Free Julian Assange today!
Now!
Now, yes!
There are so many things that he's exposed to. Everything is connected to what Julian Assange, everything is coming to the surface.
To the right king! Free Julian Assange!
For the past 10 years after Julian Assange, very few documents have been exposed, but I think explosion is coming on the way.
One now is the failed stream media putting their tripods in front of the people. They have never earned that right.
Yes.
They have never exposed the truth to the people. So that's why I have this failed stream media, because if they say they're putting their camera up, then they have to prove they've given the truth. They haven't done that. They never exposed the Apache helicopter. That's never been documented. And the collateral murder, that's the evidence. That's never been acknowledged. So that's the dangerous thing, because they're blocking the truth getting out to people.
You know, the first thing, there was a journalist called Carmela Baranowski.
I heard you mention the name, yeah. I don't know.
Is he on his way home?
No.
To his children?
Right.
To his wife?
Where is she from?
Is he going on his way home?
Well, in my opinion, is to remember the people who were murdered by her as well. Were murdered. The Daphne Glistener, she was murdered.
The video she brought, it shows the rapes and crimes.
Is he British?
Have you got a screen grab, or not now, but the documentation on it?
On documentation, yeah, it's called Taliban Country.
Taliban Country. And it's Marla?
No, Carmela Baranowski.
Carmela Baranowski.
Yeah.
And she's from where?
Australia.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. And it's about 2003.
Well, yeah, that's another good thing, is to all of the people, all the journalists who've been assassinated, we need to remember them.
Yes. But she's being silenced. And all the people, they tell the truth, they get silenced.
One thing now is
even that video,
you can go into Rockfin or Sovereign.media. There are 3 other channels there you can do stuff up without it being censored.
A multi-award-winning journalist, Julian Assange, has been brutally persecuted by the state for publishing truthful and factual information.
You know, they injected the black people with syphilis in 1932. Tuskegee, and they purposely infected black people with syphilis as an experiment. This is discovered from the Rockefeller.
Libya, Vietnam. Telling the truth is not a crime. Yes, you are criminal. Yes, Tony Blair, George W. Bush. And if you don't comply, even you, Priti Patel, if you don't comply with international law,
I hope he's done his job now.
Well, the one thing that occurred to me is all wars are created by lies.
Yes.
Think about every war
created by lies. We don't trust our government anymore because you lie. And you lie to the people. You don't respect the rule of law. You don't comply with the international convention. We are not living in the jungle. We are living in a civilized society. Respect the rule of law. Respect the human rights of Julian Assange, which has been grossly violated. Respect. We don't need respect the human rights of the people in prison or the prisoners. Respect the human rights.
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange! No!
No extradition!
No extradition! It's only one decision!
No extradition!
It's only one decision!
No extradition! There's only one decision!
No extradition! Free Julian Assange! Free the truth! We don't want to live in the darkest tunnel of lies, corruption and deception. We demand the truth. We demand transparency.
Yes.
It's not the corruption.
I'm telling you about it. I found it.
Do the right thing!
Do the right thing, free Julian Assange. Do the right thing.
Do the right thing! Free Julian Assange!
Today, send him home.
Today!
Send him home today. Send him to his children. Send him to his wife. Send him right. How dare you keep an innocent man locked up?
Julian Assange has a wife and children! Think about that!
Very dead.
Do the right thing!
Shithill has pattern.
Free Julian Assange today!
Because of his children and his wife, because of his children and his wife. That's right. So that is very nice.
Send the man home to his children and his wife! Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Shithill Patel, we know about your new shit mountain!
Shit mountain, Julian Assange! To his children! To be with his children! To be with his wife! How can we sleep in the night? You and your hands are covered in blood of innocent people! Shame on you, Priti Patel!
Shame on you!
Shit Hill down, shit down. Priti Patel! Shit Hill, come here! As a human being, you call yourself. She was sold to the cabal a long time for any parent to call their child shit Hill.
The war on Assange is a war on all of us. Every single human being is under attack. The freedom of the press is under attack. Free Julian Assange now.
That is the black magic of shit Patel. The doctor at the back of the head. That is shit, that is black magic from shit Patel. Shit Hill. Shit Hill. Black magic.
Free Julian Assange now, before it's too late. Priti Patel. do the right thing.
Okay guys, I'm afraid it's time to head off, but I may be going live. It depends on how good the signal is, but I may be going live later, because apparently I've just been told it's 4:20, so my 3 hours sleep are going to have to stretch a little bit longer, because apparently Jim, our favourite autist, is in Hyde Park, so I'm going to go on a Jim hunt now. So I'm going to head down to Hyde Park, see if I can find him, and apparently the signal's absolutely terrible once you actually enter the park. So I'm going to see if I can find him and hang out on the edge of the park and speak to a few people about 420 and all that it represents, and sovereignty of consciousness, as Graham Hancock calls it. So thank you very much, guys, and thank you for joining us. Thank you to our amazing mods, and if you do want to support, there are links in the description. It helps us do what we do. Like every time I come out to an event, that's another £10 in travel. We've got phone bill to pay every month, which it has to be the super duper one, and even that's not perfect. Whenever our equipment gets smashed or broken, or another battery dies, which they die quite regularly because it's heavy duty use. Anyone who wants to support what we do, support independent journalism over the MSM, then please do that. Cheers guys, and I hope that you have enjoyed the stream. And there will be more to come, I think, on Julian Assange, and I think there'll be more protests outside the Home Office, I expect. So I'll try and find what time I can to come down. And we'll see what Pretty Shittle Patel, apparently that's her middle name, has to say on democracy and freedom of speech. And we'll see what the blue communists are going to do. Thank you very much, guys. All the best. Bye bye.